things were this bad. We said, never again. But here we are, again.
Victory to the Intifada!
Dozens of Jewish graves were desecrated in this cemetery in southern Belgium. Beatings and assaults have also been reported.
Fils de pute! Charmota! كنت عقلك الزمن الطندرة لا ميك إسرائيل الزب
The facts don't lie, and these numbers are just the tip of the iceberg. Incredibly, the worst pogrom since World War II, October 7th, led to a huge increase in Jew hatred. They tried to say anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism were different. They are not. Others understood.
An old evil is resurfacing in Europe.
Child killers, poisoners, capitalists, communists, controllers, usurpers, colonialists. The oldest hatred doesn't die. It just adapts. It fits whatever is happening in the world. The war in Gaza means every Jew in Europe is a target for hate. Because we support the world's only Jewish state, we are denied the right to exist. They attack us. They insult us. They spit on us. Because we are Jews. Never again. Ladies and gentlemen, never again is now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Jewish Association Annual Conference, Building or Leaving, Decision Time for Europe's Jews.
The spoon could reach the food, but they were too long for anyone to bring food to their mouth. So no one could eat. The good man was very sad to see their suffering. And then God said, now I will show you heaven. They walked into another room. It looked exactly the same. Same table, same food, same long spoons. But here, the people were happy and healthy. They were smiling, talking, and full. The good man was surprised and asked, what is the difference? And God replied, here, the people learned to feed each other with the long spoons. This is why we are here today at this conference, to work together and help one another. And we must do it. This year has been very difficult for all of us. The video you just saw explains why. For anyone in governments or universities who still does not understand, I will say it again, as we always, all of us say, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Because of anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism in Europe is in a rise. And actually it is in the highest level since World War II. It is really shocking that Europe has come back to this. Our communities spend more money than ever on security. We need protection day and night. Jewish students are being threatened and blocked from going to classes just because they are called Zionist. This conference called Decision Time, Building or Living. Unfortunately, thousands of Jews have already answered. They left. They chose to live in Israel doing war instead of staying in Europe. That says a lot. But what about us here today? Building or living? I told you the story of the good man and God because I know everyone here cares about helping others. It is very much in our hands to decide whether we live in hell or in heaven. The more we help one another and feed one another, the more we can surely improve all of our lives. And for this reason, I also want to send here a very clear message to every Jewish organization in Europe. We cannot waste time on old fights and small disagreements. This must end now. We must help each other. We must speak as one and work together. Ladies and gentlemen, our history shows when we are united, we are successful. When we are divided, we fail. When we are united, we are strong and we can overcome anything. I wish all of you and all of us a very productive and meaningful conference. We see you very much. We see you soon when we are going to present the new survey we are about to reveal today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi Margolin. Our next guest, unfortunately, couldn't be here today, Mr. David Ovadia, the President of the Federation of Jewish Communities of Spain, but he very kindly recorded a short greeting video, which we'll play for you now. Thank you.
Dear all, welcome to Spain, welcome to Madrid. En primer lugar, quisiera disculparme con el Ram Margoli, porque tal como quedé con él en Barcelona en nuestra reunión, me comprometí a estar hoy ahí presente con ustedes en este acto súper importante que la Organización Judía Europea celebra en Madrid, en España, en la capital, pero por motivos ajenos a mi voluntad y debido a un inconveniente, pues me hace imposible estar ahí con ustedes. gracias pues a lo que es hoy en día todo el tema telemático, informático, teléfono, y hacen posible de que yo hoy pueda estar de alguna manera presente con ustedes a través de este vídeo. Ran Margoli, bienvenido a España. Autoridades presentes, presidentes y presidentas de las comunidades judías de España y público asistente. Daros la bienvenida a todos y agradecer enormemente la labor que realiza la organización, en este caso a Ran Margoli, agradecerle todo lo que hacen por las comunidades judías de España, con esa ayuda que aportan. Y como no puede ser de otra manera, pues solo quiero remitirme a los hechos que últimamente acontecen a lo largo de estos años. Y bueno, todo el mundo sabemos que estamos pasando por unos momentos muy difíciles en el cual desde la Federación de Comunidades Judías de España estamos trabajando duramente para intentar defender todo lo que son los derechos de todos y cada uno de los judíos españoles, así como de nuestras comunidades. Este tipo de encuentros son muy productivos e interesantes y por eso espero de corazón que os vaya a todos muy bien, que seguro que saldrán muchas cosas buenas de este acto y como no puede ser de otra manera, volver a reiterar mis gracias, mis disculpas por no estar y daros un fuerte abrazo a todos.
Thank you, David. And obviously this conference would not be possible without our co-partners, long-time co-partners of the EJA, certainly dear friends of ours, and an organization that is doing extremely important work in tracking, charting, and producing reports on the levels of anti-Semitic attitudes across Europe is Hungary's Action and Protection League. And it gives me great pleasure now to invite Mr. Kalman Salai, the Director of Action and Protection in Hungary, to say some opening remarks. Kalman, please.
So, dear rabbis, dear President Margui, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's a great honor to welcome you as a co-organizer of the European Jewish Association annual conference here in Madrid. The EJA is one of the most important organizations for Jews in Europe who value tradition. In recent years, they have taken strong action to protect Jewish values. These include defending kosher slaughter and circumcision and fighting the spread of Nazi memorabilia. The annual Auschwitz Summit also keeps Holocaust memorial alive. The EJA is the only organization that actively monitors how Jews, the Holocaust, and Israel are represented in the EU school systems and corrects false or harmful. I thank Rabbi Margolin and the EJA team for their hard and successful work. Let's talk about why is today's meeting is so important. Because the world around us is changing fast. What was once right is now questioned. What was once wrong is now accepted. Sadly, war is back in Europe, in Ukraine, and Israel is fighting terrorism. Across Europe's cities, we see anti-Semitic demonstration and call to destroy Israel. Political leaders often respond weakly or even support those ideas. At the same time, political forces one sees as unacceptable are now showing support for Jews' safety and for Israel. How do we know who to trust? What should guide us? Let me briefly share the Hungarian experiences. In 2012, when Rabbi Köves, the chief rabbi of EMIC, Hungarian Jewish Association, established the Action and Protection League, anti-Semitism in Hungary had moved from the football stadiums to the parliament building. The neo-Nazi Jobbik party was growing, especially under previous left liberal governments. But since 2010, a conservative alliance has led Hungary with a clear policy, zero tolerance for anti-Semitism. Jewish communities have received strong support for their institutions, religious life, and freedom of worship. Despite this, many in Western Europe wrongly labeled Hungary as anti-Semitic, even though it had some of the lowest anti-Semitic hate crimes rates in the European Union. Today, the facts are clear. Hungary is the safest country in Europe for Jews. This happened because the government made a strong commitment and had the political power to act as well. New laws are passed, courts enforce them, textbooks are in use in the education system were revised by the Jewish education experts. And Jewish life was actively supported, synagogues were reopened, communities revived. Hungary sees Israel as natural allies and stands by it in the international forums. Economic and cultural ties are growing, rapidly growing. Since October 7, Prime Minister Netanyahu has visited only one European country, in Hungary. Hungary was also the only country, to leave the ICC after it issued a political motivated arrest warrant against Benjamin Netanyahu. So Hungary has something to show to other European countries, especially how about to protect Jewish life and values. Let us today an event to think about real practical steps in lawmaking, law enforcement, and education. And, which is also really important, to find true allies, even in politics, who are really ready to act in combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. If necessary, we should find new partners. Even if their past is controversial, their current motivation matters. Those who can adopt survive. The history of the Jewish people proves this. Thanks for your attention, and I wish you a meaningful and successful conference today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kalman, once again for the excellent work that APL is doing. I wish there were more European countries like Hungary when it came to combating anti-Semitism. It's sadly not the case, which is why the EJA puts a big emphasis on advocacy. Advocacy, of course, being outreach and talk to parliamentarians, key decision makers, and civil society in general. Now, some of you may remember from Auschwitz last year, some of you may have met Mr. David Lega, who was a European parliamentarian from Sweden, a former Paralympian Olympic swimmer, and an all-round extremely inspiring individual, and above all, a proud Jew. Well, he's joined our team at the European Jewish Association and is now heading up advocacy. So we have a short video to show the EJA advocacy progress to date that we've been doing on behalf of you, our communities, and our partners. Thank you.
Shalom, and warm greetings to all of you in Madrid. My name is David Lega, and I have the privilege of leading the advocacy team at the European Jewish Association. Some of you know me from previous EJA gatherings, and others may remember me from my time as a member of the European Parliament, where I focused mainly on Israel, freedom of religion, and the rise of anti-Semitism. Today, I am continuing that work in a new way, together with all of you. Over the past year, we have begun something new. For the first time in EJA history, we launched a structured and proactive advocacy strategy, one that is built to serve all of Europe's Jewish communities. And this strategy isn't just a list of meetings and public statements. It's a coordinated, grounded in 4 main pillars. The first one, implementing the EJA definition of anti-Semitism, not just at the national level, but across universities, municipalities, and civil society. Second, taking legal action by identifying high-impact opportunities to confront anti-Semitism in the courts. Third one, strengthening Jewish life in Europe through religious freedom, cultural recognition, and protection of our communities. And the fourth, promoting a balanced, informed view of Israel in European discourse. Each of these pillars supports a long-term vision to ensure that Jewish life in Europe is not only defended, but empowered. And as the head of the advocacy team, I am proud of what we have accomplished so far, and even more proud of how we have done it together. Let me share just a few examples from our work. In Germany, our advocacy led to the Bundestag passing 2 motions reassessing German funding to UNRWA, language that we helped draft. In Belgium, we influenced the government's stance on Israel, Hezbollah, and the ICC, and reached 3.8 million impressions with a campaign on anti-Semitism. In Sweden, we ensured that anti-Semitism finally has its own chapter in the National Hate Crime Strategy, and this September, the first ever training for prosecutors on anti-Semitism will take place. In France, we are now officially recognized as a partner by DILCA, the interministerial body combating racism and anti-Semitism. And here in Spain, we supported the Barcelona City Council's adoption of a motion to promote the Jewish Quarter, the Call, and officially mark August 5th as a day of remembrance for the 1391 pogrom. And at the European Union level, we have made significant progress. We met directly with key EU commissioners on issues like kosher slaughter, circumcision, and the Middle East. We were invited to speak at the official Holocaust Remembrance Day ceremony in Brussels. And we presented our emergency action plan on anti-Semitism to a room full of EU ambassadors. The EU remains one of the most influential arenas for long-term change, and we are there at the table. But this is still the beginning. Advocacy is not fast work, it's a process. It's about building relationships before they're needed. It's about showing up again and again. And it's about being ready when the door opens. And this is a new way of working at EJA, and it's designed to last. We're not just reacting, we're planning, we're coordinating, and we're building alliances with policymakers, legal experts, and community leaders across the continent. To succeed, we need dialogue, not just inside Brussels, Strasbourg, but with you, our partners on the ground. So please reach out. Whether you're facing a legal challenge, planning a campaign, or simply want help engaging your national government, my team and I are here for you. And we want to hear from you. We want to understand what you're facing on the ground and how we can support you better. Your challenges are our mission. Your community is our community. And together, we can build a stronger voice for European Jewry, one that is heard, respected, and impossible to ignore. So thank you for your trust, and thank you for being part of this shared journey.
Inspiring words from Mr. David Lega. Of course, the media landscape right now is extremely complicated. We're being bombarded left, right, and center with news. Who can you trust? What is the actual situation on the ground? Competing narratives. So what we in the EJA did ahead of this conference in order to find out what the actual situation is and how Jews are perceived across Europe, was we decided to do a survey. We decided to ask people. And here to tell you more about that exclusive survey, delighted to welcome to the stage a dear and esteemed colleague of mine and our head of strategy, of course, many of you will know already, Mr. Tal Rabin, who's going to take you through this next very important part of the conference. Tal, please join me on stage.
Good afternoon. EJA, we are committed to basing our work with decision makers in government, parliaments, and among opinion leaders on solid research and verified data. Since this conference really aims to shape actionable strategies and propose practical recommendations, we commissioned a special comprehensive survey across 6 Western European countries. The data was collected by Europe's leading research and polling institute, Ipsos, and to present the results and to explore the broader context of immigration, for example, and its impact on the complex reality we face today in Europe, I'm honored to invite to the stage Mr. Juan Soto, an expert of immigration with extensive experience working with think tank and research institutes. Please. And with him, please. And with Mr. Soto, I am delighted and honored to call up to the stage the founding chairman of the European Jewish Association, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, is joining us on the stage. And please know that right after the presentations, we will open the discussion for you, ladies and gentlemen, and for our guests from the press. Mr. Soto, I will give you the podium now, maybe for a few words about the methodology that Ipsos was doing in this comprehensive survey.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here with you today to briefly go through the methodology, really, of this research that I've been working on the past 2-3 months together with the European Jewish Association. Now, this report, as was just mentioned, is based on primary data collected by Ipsos. And this primary data has been collected across 6 Western European countries, namely the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Spain, the UK, and Germany. In total, there were 4,400 interviews with breakdown you can see in the screen. As you can tell, obviously the breakdown differs slightly, which makes sense considering we are talking about both larger population countries and smaller population countries. Now, the goal of this report was really to examine growing religious intolerance, and specifically anti-Semitism in Europe. And we've done it by a series of questions that could be put into one of 3 different blocks of questions. The first one addressed the issue of attitudes with respect to Jewish communities and Jewish people across these countries. The second one inquired as to whether, and if so, how, international conflict, and specifically the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine, affected those same attitudes, sentiments, feelings, opinions towards Jewish people and Jewish communities across these countries. The third one had to do with how the media portrays these conflicts and by extension also shapes those opinions. and also how governments, well, whether governments should do more to address anti-Semitism, and if so, what exactly. Now, the questionnaire was developed in a very professional way, a clear structure, which I just outlined. Every sensitive question was offered a way out, as it were, so that respondents could decide not to answer. Similarly, there were when offered several choices, the respondents could also select the other category. When it comes to the data collection, all of it, all the surveys, the 4,400 interviews were conducted a couple of months ago, during the month of March of 2025. Obviously, it was all anonymized for compliance with data protection regulation. And when it comes to the social demographic profile, the sample selected, as you can see, there is a fairly even or exactly even gender distribution. Thank God, we only believe there is genders. Otherwise, this would be a nightmare. And then when it comes to the age group breakdown, we've tried to follow the demographics of Europe, which is uneven, with fewer younger people than older people. That said, whenever you find in the report a comparison among age group, bear in mind that every age group has weighted differently so that they can be indeed comparable. And then when it comes to education, as you can see from the screen, most respondents, we could say, are highly or well educated, and thus presume they are well informed about these issues. Only 2 people decided not to disclose that level of education. And last but not least, this is a full outline of the questions that were asked to the respondents, which, as you can see, are divided into 3 blocks I just told you about. For instance, you'll find how, the level of comfort when it comes to having neighbors from different religions, then specifically if the neighbor was a Jewish person, also the impact of those Jewish people and Jewish communities in your society. Then go into the second block. When it comes to global conflicts, essentially we asked them about the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine. But more than that, we asked them about the escalation of the problem, right? So you see how that conflict has impacted, whether it has impacted perception on Jewish communities and Jewish people across Europe, and if so, if negatively or positively. Then when it comes to government action, again, we asked them whether they consider the governments could do more to address the issue of anti-Semitism, to protect Jewish communities, Jewish people, and if so, what type of measures, which range from education to security. So this has been the methodology of the report that I assume is being made available to you. And I would like to end by just thanking the European Youth Association for leading such serious research, which I hope is helpful for the outstanding advocacy work. And I strongly, I encourage them to continue this route of, looking at the data and basing also strategy and advocacy on that data. And thank you, of course, also for letting me be part of this research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and of course, please stay with us so we'll be able to ask more questions. And Rabbi Margolin, just before I invite you to the podium, I must ask you, you don't have to be an expert in order to feel the extensive amount of anti-Semitism in Europe these days. You just have to be a Jew. And especially when you are a religious Jew going throughout the cities of Europe, with kippah and beard. How does it feel? Before we getting into any statistics.
Thank you, Tal. I don't think I can tell anything which will surprise you, because any Jew living in Europe today feels exactly what it is to be Jewish, to look Jewish, to wear Jewish symbols. But I shared yesterday with Juan a small story, but for me, and I think for you, it will also tell a lot. Last Thursday, the kindergarten where my kids go decided to go to the park. It's a group of, I think, 15 kids from 2 to 4 or 5 years old. They just went out to the park. It was a sunny day in Belgium. It's not something that happens a lot. So they wanted to take the advantage of this. Of course, 15 kids who will go to the park cannot go without a security guard, as it's normal in our lives. So the couple of hours later, I got a message from the security guard, tells me, Rabbi, just wanted to tell you that besides one incident, everything went fine. So, I mean, incident, what kind of incident could be for little kids go to the park? I said, yeah, just a person came and salute Hitler, and then and got closer to the kids, and the security guard presented himself, so the guy ran away. So of course, just another incident. Nobody will tell, nobody hold, nobody will hear. But this is crazy. This is crazy that we live in times where little children go to the park, need to be with a security guard, and might expect or anticipate to go through something. So I think that it is for us, the Jews, we don't really need any surveys or any studies to tell us about the situation. But I really be happy, actually, if you don't mind, Tal, to present the results of the survey, what we would like to present to you today, because I think it really requires us all to be really aware when we speak to our governments, to have a bit more also statistics and numbers.
Please, the podium is yours.
Okay, so our presentation will be on stage. So, also, I'll take another mic. Okay. Not yet? Yeah. So, Europe Jewish communities in peril, what the data reveals. We speak about public concern and political inaction. Guys, ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, I think this line is very, very important. 82% of Europeans does not prioritize the fight against anti-Semitism, which means, of course, that only 18% said government should prioritize. Now, what does this tell? 82% of Europeans who live in Europe, and as we will see later, they are aware of the issue of anti-Semitism, they are aware of the rise of anti-Semitism, they are aware of the dangerous time for the Jewish people, and yet 82% does not think it should be a priority for the governments. What does it mean? Does they care? They do not care? I think the answer is quite clear. Only 18.4% support it as a national policy issue. Only when they were asked what is their opinion when it comes to national security, which of course does not mean only security of the Jewish people, but also in general the security in their countries, only then 40% responded that they would support much more activities from the government. For me, it's very worrying, this figure, and we'll move now to the next one. The key finding, public perceptions getting worse. 55% of Europeans say perceptions of Jews worsened due to the Israel-Palestine conflict. Now, these different fights, now even as we speak, between Russia and Ukraine, and now India and Pakistan. Yet the conflict in the Middle East
although the Jews who live in Europe are not necessarily Israelis, do not necessarily support or not supporting Israel's policy, yet the fight between Israel and the Palestinians, according to Europe, 55% of it means that actually it changed the perception of Jews who live in Europe, which of course explain the the rising of anti-Semitism in Europe today. If people now sees, if 55% thinks that the Jews of Europe do have some responsibility and their perception is worse, then I would say sadly it's quite naturally that it also could be seen in the rise of anti-Semitism. The effect is most served in all the age group, 66% among ages 55 and 65, which also very interesting because we would think that only those who follow mainly the social media, which actually will bring us to the next part, we would think that it's only social media that's what make the impact. It should be only among young people, but actually we see that actually among the older age groups, those who actually follow mainly the established media, and it will therefore we see soon what actually the impact of the established media on this issue. Youth exposure and normalization. 28% of young Europeans have witnessed anti-Semitic remarks masked as anti-Israel discourse. So basically, as we see, we do not speak about Jews' experience. We do not, the survey were not among Jewish people and asking Jewish people if they experience anti-Semitism, but among Europeans, general Europeans, the general public. So 28% paid attention for me to anti-Semitic remarks. I believe that there are more who witnessed anti-Semitism, but they did not even know it is anti-Semitism, because you have to, in a way, you have to be a Jewish person in order really to be able to understand what could be really marked as anti-Semitism and what is not. However, for what is clearly anti-Semitic incidents, 28% of European youth were witness to anti-Semitic incidents. Most common settings, of course, workplace, social media, and peer conversation. Blame and dual loyalty. As you could see, 51% of Europeans believe Jewish identify more with Israel than with their own country, which of course, the moment Europeans believe Jews are loyal less to their countries, of course, bring different feelings, which is a big, another big reason for the rise of anti-Semitism, or at least bad feelings or bad thought towards Jewish people. 20% of responders say Jews should be blamed for the war in the Middle East. Not Israel. They do not blame Israel. They blame European Jews for the war in Israel. I want to make sure that this is very clear. I believe that if you would be asking, maybe it was one of the questions that we asked, who should we blame, Israel or Palestinian? The answer, of course, is different. But 20% of European people blame the Jews in Europe for the war in the Middle East. Now, if
I must emphasize, it's an updated survey, March, right? Juan?
March
2025, after October 7.
So, if you have different opinion about the war between Israel and the Palestinians, and you believe Israel do something very, very bad, but then you also believe, or at least 20% if you believe that the Jews in your countries are responsible, or at least to be blamed for that, that's another reason for the rise of anti-Semitism. Media matters. I mentioned earlier about the age group that felt that the perception of Jews is worsened, and now we could see the reason. 49% of Europeans believe the media image of Israel-Palestinian conflict negatively affect Jews, which means that according to what we find here, the way the media in Europe, we do not speak about social media, but we speak about responsible media, responsible journalists, established media, 49% believe non-Jews If Jews would tell you that they believe that because of the media we see rise of anti-Semitism is one thing, but we see that close to 50% of Europeans believe that the way media cover Israel-Palestine conflict actually worsened or at least affected the perception of the Jewish people. And what we could see here, 63% of it in the Netherlands, 52% in Germany. This is the highest numbers, which I believe could say something about the media in the Netherlands or in Germany, or about the people there. Country attitude towards Jews. Here we see something actually interesting. We could see that actually UK is the most favorable place for Jews among these 6 countries, where we see strong comfort levels, which mean more people express comfort living next to a Jew, or comfort to accept their kids to get married with a Jew. High public support, which means more support in the UK, calling governments to take much more serious action against anti-Semitism, and lower blame of the local Jews for the war in the Middle East. In France and Germany, it's mixed. They reject anti-Semitism, which is very strange for those who live in France and Germany, but blame Israel geopolitically. And Spain and Belgium, unfortunately, is the least favorable. High blame of local Jews, low support of government taking serious action against anti-Semitism, and less favorable neighbor with Jews. Social fabric under pressure. What we could see here is that 61% say immigration increases religious intolerance, which is something that we always said when Europe was asked about immigrations, and we always said, I would like actually to copy or to mention Chief Rabbi Jacob's statement back then, where the discussion about immigrants came over and over again. We are the first to understand the need to provide shelters to those who need. But shelter does not mean only roof and food, but also education and values. And if government would invest much more in education and values for the immigrants, among the immigrants and among Europeans, then we would see much better results, no doubt. 68% believe religious difference causes mistrust. So what we learn from the survey, of course, the full survey is available and can be delivered to anyone. What we learned: Jews are being blamed more and more for the Middle East conflicts. We see that Jews' national loyalty is doubted. Europeans feel that they are importing hate. Rising anti-Semitism is in everyday conversations, especially among the youth. It puts our long-term security at risk. Government failure to act sends a dangerous message that Jewish safety is not a priority in Europe. European Jewish communities are paying the price for the imported anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism hate. And anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist hate is interlinked. Incitement and media online platform are growing. So before we go to the conclusion, I think that if we take a look at these conclusions of the survey, if this is what we learned from the survey, it could explain to us all the rise of anti-Semitism in Europe. And I think I would really recommend you all to take a picture of this slide, because when we speak to our government who does not understand, or they ask what else we could do or what we should do, I think this tells a lot about what the government can and should do in order to deal with the rise of anti-Semitism. I'll go to the conclusion. The rise in anti-Semitism is tearing at the moral fabric of Europe. Jewish communities are the first to suffer, but history shows that they're never the last. I think it is also an important message to share with our governments. Europe must act now. Protect its Jews or witness the collapse of the values it claims to stand for. I would really encourage each one of you to take those figures and the entire survey results to show it and to share it with the media in your countries and with decision makers in order to finally, hopefully, making them to give much more priorities to the fight against anti-Semitism. Tal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We would like to open this discussion now for remarks. Pascal, please. Please stand up, everybody, and present yourself so everybody will know, and Alex will help with the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal Markovic. I'm a member of the QIF here, a member of the Board of Advisors of the EJA. I think the problem, which is very important, is both the educational problem in schools and universities, and also the problem of prevention and acting with, for example, legal actions. This is a question we are not able to answer because it's only a government solution. We must act with the governments, but it's some questions we have to ask here also. How our governments act effectively, tachlis, about education, and also in legal systems in order to stop these increasing problems.
Maybe you can share with the audience here, we had a session for legal advisors in Brussels. Maybe just for everybody to know the way we are trying to act regarding those points.
The problem in France is that we have a very good legal laws about anti-Semitism, combating anti-Semitism. The problem is in France, the government want to separate the anti-Semitism, the pure anti-Semitism, and the Israel hates discussions. And they don't want to recognize that boycotting Israeli products, for example, is real anti-Semitism nowadays. So there is a difference for the judges' minds between pure anti-Semitism and also boycotting, for example, Israeli products or Israeli sports games, or when students are coming for a conference, for example. I think the problem is worst also in Belgium or in England. In Spain nowadays, I think, because the government is, I think I'm speaking under the control of my colleagues from Spain, but the government in Spain is acting, I think, against the Israeli community, the whole community, and the Jewish community in Spain. It's not the same case in France, but in France, we have this duality of acting against anti-Semitism and against the Israeli sensibility.
Thank you very much. Please.
Sorry, we go to Ellen first, and then come back to you, Gideon.
My name is Ellen van Praag. I'm from Holland. I'd like to react on the fact of the media and being so high in percentage. I can probably explain it a little bit more. Dutch media are being the most seen by the public as the most reliable source of information. And especially elderly people always listen to radio, read their newspapers, and most of them think that what's written in a newspaper or being told on the radio or television is absolutely true. That's why the percentage in Holland is so incredibly high. But it has a side effect, and the side effect is us. How we are perceived as Jews in Holland is getting worse. For instance, today there was an article in a newspaper about our chief rabbi. And it just not only said Chief Rabbi Jacobs, no, it said Jewish Chief Rabbi Jacobs. To give you a small example of how we as Jews are being perceived in Holland. And that's growing and growing and growing. And it's not making it much easier, but it explains the high percentage.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you. Gideon Falter, Chief Executive Campaign Against Anti-Semitism in the UK. I think it's a very sobering set of statistics. One of the most striking for me was the idea that Europeans have this understanding now that the media is very biased. I think also that statistic correlates with Europeans increasingly seeing their justice system failing. And to go to your point, you know, we are taking a huge number of private prosecutions in the UK. We're suing the government, but each time that we have to do that, essentially it's a failure, because it means that instead of the government doing its job of protecting the Jewish community, it means that Jews are increasingly having to do it. And it's reaching a ridiculous proportion where, for example, we're now starting to do facial recognition scans on some of the illegal immigrant boats that have been coming over to the UK and identifying Hamas members in them. If the UK government's not doing that, it means that the Jewish community in the UK is in danger. I had a question, which is that some of the polling that we do has started for the first time now to show Gen Z, because normally polling, unless you go into specialist polling for children, you only get 18 plus as the respondents. And in the polling that we've been undertaking in the UK, we see that people in the 18 to 24 category, so Gen Z essentially, are now more than 3 times more likely to hold anti-Semitic views than people in the 65 plus category. And I was wondering if you had cross breaks into that data in the polling that you undertook and what it showed.
Juan?
Sure.
It's okay. It's on.
So, yes. So a few comments on the media bias and also regarding the position of the government of Spain. So the problem is, as it always is, that journalists can be journalists or can be activists, right? And equally, governments, I mean, legality ends up becoming or looking as if it's legitimacy. So in this case, the Spanish government is on an activist role more than anything, really, by recognizing the state of Palestine in a moment where prudence would call for neutrality, in my opinion, as it's been the case of most, if not all the rest of the EU member states. When it comes to government action, there is a slight divide between, you know, going for security. That's the case of the Netherlands, for example, and the UK. It might have to do with violent instances, whereas other countries, and in this case, the least comfortable with Jewish people and Jewish communities, strikingly so, they favor education. That's the case of Belgium. That's the case of Spain, for example. Now, when it comes to the younger age group, so, well, two things. First, the older age group, they are the ones more alarmed with growing anti-Semitism, which is, I think, revealing because they've been around longer and they see a pattern or they see a change, right? Whereas younger people, they don't have that reference point, so to speak. So, I mean, there is still way more research to be conducted on that group, but their experience of the, you know, ongoing conflicts in the Near East, that sort of thing, is very limited. That said, they've been accustomed to entertaining anti-Jewish sentiments, just in general, but also and especially when the conversation revolves around the current issue with the state of Israel. So they directly connect Israel with local Jewish people and communities.
Thank you, Juan, for elaborating this. And last question, I'm afraid, because of shortage of time. Gentlemen of the press, I think we have a question from Knan Lifshitz from JNS. Please. Please, Knan.
Hi. Thanks for taking the question. So according to the survey, 28% recognize that there is anti-Semitism clothed as activism, presumably for Palestinians. So isn't that an encouraging sign that so many, almost a third, more than a quarter, of respondents see through this lie, and how do you explain it?
Juan, please.
Well, I don't think it's encouraging, because you have that statistic, but also the statistic that points to the fact that although there is that everyone knows that there is anti-Semitism going on, or pejorative attitudes towards Jewish people and Jewish communities, only 40% are calling for more government action on that, and 29% directly oppose any further steps from governments to watch over Jewish people and Jewish communities. And that directs to one of the main results of the survey, which is that 86%, it says 86%, the data shows, of Europeans, of their respondents, they are comfortable or very comfortable with Jewish people. And if you look at those, again, just as the data point you just referenced, if you look at that, it seems encouraging. But then you look to the other side of the survey, and you find that 11% of respondents are either uncomfortable or very uncomfortable with Jewish people and Jewish communities. And that to me is striking. For example, if you compare it to being uncomfortable or very uncomfortable with Christians, you'll find that the figure is 4%, not 11%. In other words, Europeans are 3 times, as disgusted with Jewish people than they are with Christians. And I think that's very symptomatic. Well, the data is anonymized, so perhaps further research should try look, though that's very complicated from a survey standpoint, because of also compliance with local legislation, etc., to know, for example, whether the respondent arrived to Europe last year or 3 years ago, or what type of background does he have beyond the social demographic indicators I pointed out to, right? So gender, education, age group, etc. Exactly. That will be one example, right?
These are clearly things we will have to check, and as they say, to be continued.
Qualitative elements in the respondents.
I think we can all agree, unfortunately, that Europe is importing hate, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, along with the events of October 7, indeed serves as a catalyst. And the result is the new wave of anti-Jewish narratives rapidly spreading throughout the cities across the continent. Unfortunately, as Rabbi Margolin emphasized before, most of political leaders, university presidents, and unfortunately some of the media outlets continue to avoid this conversation. And I'm afraid that as long as they remain silent, anti-Semitism becomes norm, and the price paid by European Jews continues to grow. I thank you very much, Mr. Juan Soto. Thank you very much, Rabbi Margolin. And it should be learned into depth, and as we said before, to be continued. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that extremely interesting and illuminating survey, and it should be said also a worrying one. So very, very briefly, just before Purim, I had the great pleasure of escorting Baroness Sluzny down to Hessen, one of the Landes in Germany, where we went to an event which was organized by our next moderator, Mr. Lawrence Dedange Amisamis, who's a board member of a Jewish community in Gießen in Germany, where working very, very closely with a chief of police for the state of Hessen, a very fine gentleman called Mr. Thorsten Krugmeier, I learned an awful lot about the German approach and how it is policing-led to combating anti-Semitism and being aware of what anti-Semitism looks like, particularly in the state of Hessen. And I think Regine, myself, Hélène, and Hélène's husband Gideon, who all went down to that event, were thoroughly impressed with what we saw. So it seemed a very valuable opportunity to bring Lawrence and Torsten to share their thoughts and how it works with you at conference. So it gives me great pleasure once again to invite to the stage for our next panel, which is entitled How We Can Make Sure Governments Take Responsibility for Jewish Safety. So Lawrence de Donge Amisamis and Mr. Thorsten Krugmeier, please join me on stage, and you can take it from there. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well, welcome. It's wonderful to see so many friends, hopefully some new friends. It's quite new for me to see you all from up here. Quite a revelation. Thorsten, the motto of the conference is, do we stay, do we go? How do you see the relationship between German police, politics, and German Jewry?
At first, I'm very, it's a great honor for me to be here. It's a third time to take part of such a conference, and every time it's a great honor to be there. So in Germany, I think we have a real good, and we are very near to the Jewish community, and also the politics have adapted that it is their duty to fight for Jewish communities, and also the police officers are very aware of anti-Semitism. So I'm responsible for over 2,000 police employees, and I think they get or they know it's their purpose to fight against anti-Semitism.
What stance would you put on education on the whole? Education against anti-Semitism, racism. How do the communities work together? How should all religious communities work together?
At first, I think we have to fight for democracy and against extremism. And that's not a question. Nowadays, it's very poisonal that the left-wing extremism, the right-wing extremism, and foreign extremism are fighting against Jews together. And so to fight for our democracy and to fight for our worlds, we have to fight against extremism. And police often, you cannot prevent criminal offenses by law enforcement, because often law offenses are a symptom. So we have to prevent by education. You have to start at school, and so we try to make a big cooperation between our university and police officers to send them to places, memorials, and talk about things happened. And I think the only way to get rid of or to fight against anti-Semitism is education.
I totally agree with you. We had that big event that Alex mentioned in the morning with about 250 police officers, other police chiefs from around Germany. We're now planning an event with most of or all of the police chiefs of Germany in September. How receptive are your colleagues?
I think everyone knows how important it is to fight against anti-Semitism and to fight for our democracy. So I think they will come and they will take their Yeah, they will take their opportunities with them to give it to their police officers.
We had a lady on the panel from the Secret Service who spoke really well. How well do you work with them?
The chief of Secret Service is a friend of mine, and I was responsible for the Secret Service of Hesha for about 2 years. And so it's a very near, and we are collaborating the whole time. And it's very important that they give us the information they have to prevent criminal offense. Otherwise, we are too late. Police is our main work is law enforcement, but if you look, it should be more or less prevention. But there's no time to do all the prevention work. So we need the cooperation with the Secret Service. It's very important.
When you took office, and I do remember it's about, what, 2 years ago, I was great friends with your predecessor, and we started working together, and it became a great working relationship. It was officially, and then we became friends. And I very quickly noticed you're very like me. You push borders. You want to go forward. What makes you personally tick? Why are you doing this fight against racism, anti-Semitism? What does it mean for you personally?
About 25 years ago, I went to, or more than 25 years ago, I went to police. And I take this job because I want to fight for democracy. And if you, as a young police officer, you have taken oath on the Constitution, and the first article of this Constitution says that human dignity is inviolable. And I think that's the point why I fight against anti-Semitism and extremism. I think it's my purpose. It's really my purpose to fight for democracy.
I think I'll take some questions now. I'm sure you've got some. Please.
Alex. Thank you, sir, for your exposé. Do you have a special training program about anti-Semitism for your police officers? And how do you work with this? And a second short question. There is a new chancellor in Germany. Do you know what will be his policy on these problems?
At first, every German police officer has to go to university to get a police officer, and we have great cooperation with places where the euthanasia has taken part, and so on. So every police officer in his university will go to such a memorial, and we talk a lot with them. Second, it's my responsibility. We work quite near together. I think we go in the synagogue with police officers, and we just started with the University of Gießen. We started a cooperation. I am sending 4 to 6 police officers 2 times in a year to go with oncoming teachers to Auschwitz or to Lodz, and to talk about the role of police former years and nowadays. So it's important. I think the police in the time of World War II, it was they have lost their moral, and they didn't. They were not responsible. They said they are not responsible for what's going on. They didn't were on duty. So it's a big problem. Your second question, sorry. Yeah, it's a funny thing is we are both born in the same city of Germany, so I knew him since about 30 or 40 years, and I think he will fight against anti-Semitism and will do everything for the security of Jewish communities in Germany.
Maybe I can add a little bit to that one. The new Chancellor and also the new Minister of the Interior have made it absolutely clear there is no room for anti-Semitism. And I've worked quite a lot also in politics in Germany. We get every help possible, being funding for security, whatever we need, certainly in the state of Hessen, we get, and I expect a lot from my colleagues in Berlin now. Thank you for that pesky panel, Alex. The next question, please. Gerald.
Thank you. But more than a year ago, the German government took the lead in banning Semidun, a terrorist front for the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine and a major source of anti-Semitism throughout Europe. The United States and Canada then followed the German lead. I wonder if you have any advice for the people from other countries in Europe where organizations like Semidun and other NGOs, non-governmental organizations linked for terror, are still able to function.
Okay, so thank you. He just translated a little bit for me, so I apologize. It's very difficult. We have the same question today in German. We are talking much about to prohibit a German party, the AfD, and to prohibit just a small organization. It's very difficult because freedom of speech and so on in our constitution. It's very difficult. I think you need a good secret service because you need the information of the secret service to start the process. It won't work without secret service. And otherwise, you need politicians who want it really. It's a political will. Otherwise, it won't work.
I'll wrap it up then. Thank you very much. Alex? You told me to wrap it up. I did. Sometimes I can actually do what I'm told.
You do.
Not very often, though.
Lawrence, first of all, thank you so much for all your sterling work that you're doing there in Hessen. When I went down there, I was blown away. And above all, thank you for introducing us to Torsten, who is a fine, upstanding individual. I wish there were more police chiefs like him across Europe. And I'm also delighted to announce that Torsten agreed after a conversation with us that he is going to act as a kind of EJA roving ambassador with other police forces across Europe. So, Torsten, thank you so much. So, gentlemen, if you don't mind exiting the stage, I thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Lawrence. Torsten, thanks a lot. And before we start the
On Saturday, the city's chief rabbi was assaulted as he left a Sabbath service with his young son. It was filmed by an eyewitness. An investigation is underway and one teenage suspect is in detention. For the Jewish community of Orléans, it's part of a disturbing trend since October 7th, 2023, with incidents targeting Jews escalating from anti-Semitic graffiti to violent attacks.
5 o'clock in the morning, a Muslim from Algeria, 29-year-old, he put in the shul, he put fire, he put cocktail Molotov in the shul, and he tried to make to bring the whole shul.
Wearing a kippah in order to get a lot of anti-Semitic people yell at you for no reason. A little girl of maybe 14 years old yells at me, "Kankio," which means like cancer you. Then I walk out of the store and people, 3 guys wait for me over there. And then he puts up his fist like this. He's like, wants to beat me up.
Demonstrations for affordable housing
here in the city raged against Porto's Jewish landlords. Israelis from the community were called murderous Zionists. Lists with names of those Israelis were published in a political newspaper. Our synagogue itself was vandalized just after October the 7th with apartheid graffiti.
בחודש מאי 2024 הותקפתי אני וביתי בצורה ברוטלית על ידי שתי קבוצות ערבים בתחנת הרכבת בגרוש בלגיה. הותקפנו לאחר שניסיתי להסיר מדבקה נגד מדינת ישראל.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just another reminder of what it is we're dealing with, and I'm going to invite up for a brief conversation with myself a very, very inspiring individual, somebody who I met online, was actually introduced by Mr. David Lega. So, Mr. Jonathan Korosi, President of the Nordic Jewish Security Council, if you wouldn't mind joining me, please. Right here, Jonathan, if you don't mind. I did shower this morning. Jonathan, thank you for joining me. Jonathan, we've just heard from Torsten and Lawrence, which is a very sort of top-down approach to dealing with Jewish security, and it should be said, a relative rarity across Europe. Most models that Jewish communities are familiar with is one where their security is provided for by Shmirah kind of organizations, guardian organizations. And you did something very, very unique up in Scandinavia. Can you tell us briefly what the Nordic Security Council is and where the idea came from and why you felt the need for such a council?
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you so much for having me. And as we all saw in the survey before, none of the Nordic countries were represented. And I've been traveling all over the world talking about the situation for the Nordic Jewry, and everyone gets flabbergasted about how the situation really is. And if I may take a moment just explaining, prior to 7th of October, approximately 700 anti-Semitic incidents a year occurred in France, where there are around 500,000 to 600,000 Jews. Sweden alone have around 18,000 to 20,000 Jews, and there we have around 250 incidents a year, which is 1,250%, approximately more than France. And the ghost numbers, as we say, are huge, because in Sweden and in the Nordic countries, you see maximum 5 families or 5 people that are showing visibly to the public that they are Jewish. So what everything came about is we reestablished the Nordic Jewish Security Council in 2022, because we saw that all 5 Nordic countries face the same challenges, the same threats. We have different prerequisites, but our enemies don't differentiate the borders that we have in theory, because in reality, there are no borders between our countries. It's a 30-minute drive between Copenhagen and Malmö, Denmark and Sweden. It's 3-hour train from Oslo to Gothenburg, from Norway to Sweden. And we saw that we need to create some kind of cooperation between our communities and countries. So all presidents of all the Jewish communities in all 5 countries, which include Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland, got together and said that we need to establish this. And I got the privilege of leading and establishing this organization.
So it's obviously extremely impressive. And if I may say so, given some of the rivalries that Rav Margolin was talking to earlier on amongst some Jewish communities and some of the disputes, in some ways it's a miracle that you managed to get Jews from 5 different countries together to actually agree on something, which is incredible. I would like to go a bit deeper. You spoke about Sweden and having that sort of extremely high levels. One would imagine somewhere like Finland or Denmark might not have the same level of anti-Semitic activities, but the threat against the Jewish community might be still nevertheless extremely high. How do you go about, for instance, convincing, presumably the police force in Malmo, for instance, don't need any convincing, but let's say, how would you go about convincing the police force in Helsinki to take the matter seriously? What sort of challenges are you faced with your approach?
So we actually had meetings with the commissioner of the Finnish police just a couple of weeks ago, and they are now also highly involved with something that we created, which is unique in all over the world, where we created the Nordic Police Forum, which is the 5 different national police force, like representative from the national police in the 5 different countries, including intelligence services from all 5 countries, backed up by all the authorities and governments, to cooperate only when it comes to the question of the security and safety of the Jewry in the Nordic countries. There are challenges. One of the main challenges is, and why we thought that this project is so important, is that all different, for instance, police authorities are making different assessments to the same threats. So if you take comparison, we had a terror attack in Copenhagen, which I assume most of you have heard of, in 2015, where we're shooting at the synagogue in Copenhagen. And what happened 30 minutes from there in Malmo, actually the terrorist Googled Malmo, but saw that there were no activities that night, so he chose Copenhagen. And on Monday, this happened on Shabbat, on a bat mitzvah party, and on Saturday night. And on Monday morning, almost no one showed up in Malmo, in the kindergarten, in the cheder, because they were afraid. And what happened was that the police don't show up in Malmo, but there are special forces and military standing 24/7 in Copenhagen. And it's just 30-minute drive. So that's one of the purposes of this Nordic Police Forum, is how can we cooperate with all 5 countries, getting inspiration towards them by themselves, inspiring each other on an effective and efficient measures to increase the security.
Our survey, thank you, Jonathan. Our survey pointed out that there are disparities in public attitudes towards, for instance, the priority that countries should give to combating anti-Semitism. Have you found in your own Nordic Security Forum Council that there are disparities in terms of how the police, I mean, we just heard from Torsten, from Torsten and Hessen, it's clearly a priority, but are there some countries, I don't want to put you in an awkward position, of course, that have put more of a priority on this than others? And are some of those countries that one might not necessarily think about?
Yeah, it is a sensitive topic, but yeah, I think it's also important here to differentiate between the terms of security and safety. Right. Because when it comes to the police, I always take the example, me growing up as a Jew in Sweden, when I went to the Jewish school and I saw police there, I felt calm and at ease and safe. But my non-Jewish friends, when they see a police car, they ask what has happened. So when we see a police car, it's also increasing the level of, or the feeling of safety, and not only the security. The different countries and different cities are assessing that differently. So some cities and some countries are viewing the police as only, they're not working as proactively with the increasing security and the level of safety, rather than putting in measures reactively when something has happened, I would say. But we get an increased level of understanding from all police authorities and intelligence services, as well as from governments. Although there are different views in all 5 countries towards Israel, we see that everyone is taking extremely seriously, and that that everyone can agree that we can leave politics aside, also within the Jewish communities, to increase the level of safety. That is our main top priority, to protect Jewish life and Jewish way of life.
And if, I mean, it's a difficult question, of course, Jonathan, but in your experience, if you were to give a sort of rough ranking of these Scandinavian Nordic countries in terms of which are the ones that are doing best and which ones could do with perhaps pulling their socks up a little bit, as diplomatically as you can, given your position, are there any star pupils and those who perhaps should do a bit more homework?
So a diplomatic answer is that everyone is doing a lot and everyone can do more. I would say that the Swedish National Police have done a tremendous work, and they are really leading us forward, and they're also assisting in European Union having creating new corporations within police authorities in Europe where they're a part of it. But I think that it is sensitive, because if we talk about Sweden, on the other hand, Malmö, which is the third largest city, which has become almost known as the capital of anti-Semitism and outside of the Middle East, 25% today of the population are Muslims from Middle East, and that's the third largest city. And we have received an enormous amount of mass immigration from countries where they're state-funded anti-Semitism and media and so on, and we have been very, I would say, naive in Sweden when it comes to understanding that culture doesn't leave you just because you cross a border. And I remember mentioning the metaphor to you when we spoke, that it's almost about playing a soccer game or a football game.
It was a great one. I'm not going to spoil it, so you continue. You should have copyrighted it, because I've used it a couple of times since, but please tell the audience.
No, I will. Well, glad to hear. No, but it feels like we are playing a football game in Sweden where we are very upset with the immigrants that they're running offside all the time, but we haven't explained them the rules. They don't know what offside is. So they're coming to our culture, into our country, and running offside all the time and don't understand our culture. And we get very upset, but we haven't given them the prerequisites to succeed in our societies. And I would say that that's a very small, of course, excuse or part of the problem, but we have a huge amount. I mean, on October the 7th, the same day, we have parades with hundreds of cars chanting and playing music and celebrating openly on the streets. So it is an issue. And last year alone, only in Sweden and Denmark, we had 10, and I stress this and I would repeat it, last year alone, we had 10 carried out or foiled terror attacks alone in Sweden and Denmark towards Jewish or Israeli targets. 10 last year only. So the situation in the Nordics is extremely severe.
Okay, we're going to have to start wrapping things up, but I know Maître Markiewicz has a question. Unfortunately, I can't come and give you the microphone while I'm standing on stage, but perhaps you can speak loudly.
We can repeat the question.
What a rarity for a Frenchman, I must say.
Yes. Yes.
And the second question is, I don't really agree with what you said about the Swedish government. Police is doing a fantastic job. If the Jews are leaving Malmö and other Swedish cities, it's a bit contradictory.
So the question was if we have collaboration with counterparts in Europe, and yes, we are collaborating with both SPCG and with CSD, and we're also assisting now building up similar in Germany with Zentralrat in Germany. And when it comes to people leaving Malmö and what is done on a political level and the police level, I completely agree with you. It is a big failure for the Swedish society that Malmö, and I can say my fiance and her family is from Malmö. They live there. I've been there a couple of times every year the last decade. It's a horrible place to be an open Jew, and that's why no one can be it. So it is a failure for the Swedish society. With that being said, it's very easy to be, in retrospect, saying what should have been done or not. But today, what has been done today by the Swedish government and the national police in Sweden is remarkable. It's not enough, and we have regional issues in different parts on regional local police level, but on a national level they're doing a lot, but it's not enough on a regional and local level.
Jonathan, I've got time for one more very quick question, okay? Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Øyvind Bernatek from the Jewish community in Oslo. We have seen that, especially in Stockholm, there's a big criminal underground network, and they are not political, but they are sometimes paid by Iran to commit crimes against all kind of people, but also against Jews. And I think that is a new kind of threat, because you don't have only to monitor political opponents, but you actually have to monitor also criminal networks.
A very good point. The short remark, it was public and we knew it before, but a couple of years ago, Iran sent agents to Sweden to assassinate 3 Jewish leaders. And they are now, and it's well aware now, that they are using criminal networks like the Foxtrot, where Rava Majid now, who is the leader of the Foxtrot network, has been recognized as one of the biggest threats and a terrorist. And they are working from Iran and using young criminals because they are not getting the prosecution that they should get. But yeah, it's a huge issue. But we're working also on educating prosecutors and with police in trying to make them understand that that is also one of the threats to us, to all of us.
So thank you, Jonathan. We're going to wrap things up here. I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that when I did speak to Jonathan, one of the things that amazed me was he runs a business, he's an entrepreneur, and this is something that he saw the need to do and took upon himself to do. And it's something that he did very much as a kind of side gig, for want of a better term. But like most Jews and like most entrepreneurs, I'd imagine it's taken over an almost disproportionate part of your work. Having said all of that, Jonathan, it's hugely impressive what you do. Thank you for your time. And I'd encourage everyone here to replicate this model wherever you can. Jonathan, thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll stick around if you have questions later. Thank you.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Jonathan. Now, we covered a fair bit of ground there, and it seems like a good time to have a conversation amongst the Jewish leaders for that. I'm going to invite up to the stage now Mr. Ralph Bais, who's the Vice Chairman for the Jewish Information and Documentation Center in Antwerp, who's going to be moderating the next session with some of our Jewish leaders. Ralph, I leave the floor to you, and I know that conference is in very, very capable hands. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the little introduction. I feel every day that we find ourselves in an era marked by rising anxiety, and not just abstract fears, but very real, tangible dangers for Jewish communities across Europe. And what once seemed unimaginable in the shadow of the Holocaust, the world that promised us never again, has heartbreakingly become part of our daily reality. As we saw in the videos earlier, synagogues under constant guards, Jewish schools fortified behind fences, families who are afraid of wearing a kippah or Star in David in public, and online anti-Semitism raging without limits or consequence. Despite all the statements of solidarity from our governments, one haunting question echoes throughout our communities. Are we truly protected? Do we truly have a future here as Jews in Europe? Are governments doing enough? Not just offering words, not just coming to our Holocaust memorial days, because they love to come to commemorate dead Jews, but we would love to see them do more for the Jewish community today and to guarantee our safety, dignity, and rightful place in society. So the panel I'm about to lead is not about polite speeches or abstract policy debates. It is about the urgent, often painful reality on the ground. In Madrid, in Rotterdam, in London, and in Hamburg, and about how we compel governments to move from symbolic gestures to real accountability. And before that, let me just start by asking all of you here, please show your hands. How many of you know somebody who recently hesitated to wear or show visible Jewish symbols in public? That's almost everybody. Sorry? Yeah, for sure, for sure. But that hesitation, that fear, is exactly why we're having this conversation. We are joined today by 4 exceptional leaders who confront these questions every single day. May I please ask you to welcome, first of all, Mrs. Estrella Benjo, President of the Jewish Community of Madrid. Please applaud. The second panelist is Mr. Chris van Hout, who is the President of the Jewish Community of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Mr. Michael Ziv, who is the co-chair of the London Jewish Forum. And last but not least, Mr. Philipp Strichertz, who is the president of the Jewish Community of Hamburg in Germany. Have a seat. So together they will help us grapple with one urgent and uncomfortable challenge. How do we transform government promises into government responsibility and into results? So let's not shy away from difficult truths today. Let's have an open conversation which is fearless, honest, and unafraid to challenge complacency. Don't worry, we'll pretend nobody outside of this room is listening. Because in the end of the day, this is not just about politics. It's about the safety of our communities, the future of our children, and the survival of Jewish life in Europe. So thank you very much for being here, and let's begin. Is it possible to give me another microphone so I can... That's easier, I think. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. I'd like to begin by asking each of you, how safe do you personally feel today as a Jew in your city, and what keeps you up at night? Let's start with you, please, Mr. Benja.
Now.
It's working?
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Rab Margolin for having this EJA annual conference in Madrid. It is an honor and a privilege to have all of you here in this important meeting at this important moment of the Jewish life in Europe. So Ralph, to your question, I mean, how do we feel? We are Spanish, but because we are Jewish, we must have special protection. And this is something which has happened for a while. It is not new. After October 7, we have seen, as we have seen now on the video, that people has been pointed out because they are Jewish, the persons at workplace, they have felt very attacked. In the universities, even more. And we as Jewish community, we had taken, and we need to reinforce all these safety measures, particularly in school, community centers, and all the activities that we have done. And one more time, we have normalized this situation, which is not normal. And we have been able to, under these exceptional circumstances, without precedent, we continue to have our life. However, how do people feel? The people feel insecure. And I would say the members of the community, when they go to the synagogue and they don't see the car of the police in front of the synagogue, they say, oh my God, what it is happening? What can happen today? Same thing happened at the school level. And it is not just for, I mean, it's even the children saying to their moms, no worries, nothing wrong is happening. Or the children of the schools, which are the neighbors, that they feel in some cases even insecure because their neighbors are Jewish and they understand that this is something which is not normal. To have the police and protecting and the safety and security forces being among ourselves. So I think that I'm giving you the answer.
Yeah. So we have gotten used to feeling endangered, actually. It's sad to say that in 2025, the Jewish community got used to feeling endangered.
I would say that we normalized in the past to live under these circumstances. And now, after October 7, we have to reinforce and to re-normalize even this situation, which is much more aggressive, I would say.
Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Chris, I must say Chris, right?
You rightfully mentioned that it's not since 7th of October that we need the security. Right, we've had police in front of the building, bulletproof glasses, we have explosion-free doors, we have a safe room in the synagogue, we have a hotline to the police, and we had that before the 7th of October. So the situation is not fully new, and I can relate to the city of Malmö. We have a huge Muslim population in Rotterdam. We have all the anti-Israel groups in Holland represented out of Rotterdam. We had for 20 years the largest fundraiser for Hamas working out of Rotterdam, who's now finally in court for sending over 11 million euros to Hamas. His partner that he worked with for many years is now in court in Germany for planning a terror attack against a Jewish target. So we're very well aware of that. What we see happening now, there's an accelerator. And that accelerator, so your first point about feeling safe in the city, how do you feel? For me personally, it didn't change, right? You know, there's a hatred towards Israel, towards the Jewish people, but it's accelerated, and it's not the security that's being provided that's an issue. It's not even the threat that's being an issue, but for me personally is the explosion of hatred. That's the issue. What is feeding it, and how should the government react to that? So from that extent, you know, there's a whole new fight to be fought. And that's what's keeping me up at night. It's like, what's the next fight going to be? Is it going to be with local cities? Is it going to be with government officials or with the police? Or do I have to attack the imams or the left-wing groups? So that's the biggest challenge.
Right. I know that besides all the practical side of securing Jewish communities, there's also the financial side, of course, which has a huge impact on budgets. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Strigaerts, if you can tell us a bit more, because when we prepared this interview, you told me something very interesting. I would like you to share it with everybody regarding the funding of your community.
Yeah, in Germany, in most major communities and also in Hamburg, we have both police protection, 24/7 in our case, but we also have our own security team. And it took us, I would say, 15 years, but gradually the state started funding our own security work, meaning mainly the salaries. The fact that it took so long is connected both to just trust that needed to be built between the police and the state on the one hand, and us, the Jewish community, on the other hand. They needed to trust us that we are doing a service that is not just about playing military or protecting only ourselves, but we are an integral part of protecting the law and protecting fundamental citizens' rights.
Right.
And that is what made the click and made them pay for it.
Yeah. And can you tell something about how that happened? Because as you told me in the beginning, there were no funds, and today everything is fully funded, right? Or how did that happen? Because if I'm not mistaken, in some other cities, also in this panel, that is the complete opposite. So it would be interesting to hear how you have managed to get there.
Yes, so as Torsten said before, Germany is a federal state, so every federal state has its own system. In Hamburg, why we managed to achieve that? First of all, we kind of led by example. So for many years, and that was a heavy investment, cost a lot of money to the Jewish community, we just did security work. I have to admit that this security work needed to become more professional by the years. It was not always at the level that we are now. But my opinion is, and my first-hand experience is, that when you show the state that you're taking care for yourself and that you deem security so important that you do it yourselves, and that you spend time for it, and that you are not just putting someone to do it, but highly trained people who are investing a lot of their spare time, even though they are not, let's say, imported from Israel,
right,
but they are local, proud German Hamburg citizens of Jewish descent who invest their time in that, then the state will want to show you that not only it's a slogan that the state is the one responsible for security and safety, they're actually providing it. And you're putting the state, let's say, more or less in a corner where they need to show that they bring results by providing the actual security. Now, that means they can either put more police, or they can put police at all, or, and that is then a matter of a bit, let's say, local diplomacy. They can cooperate with you. They can, even if it, I know several cities in Germany where that is the case, they can see our people as leading by example. They look up to them. They see them as their colleagues. And that is, I think, close to the ideal situation.
So in fact, it's leading by example, and then they realize that, in fact, it is their responsibility. Okay, that's very clear. Mr. Ziv, you are the co-chair of the London Jewish Forums. I would like to ask you two things. I know that you did some interfaith dialogues in the past, and which means with people of different faiths, of course. And of course, like in Rotterdam, there's a very big Muslim community in London. Can you tell us a little bit more about those dialogues, if it's still active, if you still have those, and if you see also the impact of the demography in London?
So the interfaith market, if we call it that, for the last 18 months has been very difficult to maneuver around. It's in London, where I was asked in September last year to take over something called the Faith and Belief Forum. A number of events that had been organized during the course of 2024 were cancelled because people felt that it wasn't right to come together given the circumstances. Actually, the opposite is a necessity. You actually need to sit round and have proper talks. And I'm pleased to say that I instigated this in July of last year. And I'm pleased to say that the organization is going through a major change. We've appointed new people, and we're now talking with somebody who is a leader in the Christian world to come as our new chair. I've been talking to a number of Muslims and Jews. We all felt that the important thing to do was actually to appoint a Christian chair. So we've found a solution. It's important with all of these problems and challenges that we face that we got to try and find solutions. And we have organizations in the UK that are doing that and are working behind the scenes and up front to making changes. One of the person who's here today, or two actually are here, both friends, the chair of the CAA and a gentleman from Edinburgh who are working on many of these things. So it's important that we really try and develop all of these thoughts. Just sort of moving in on that as well, one of the other things I'm involved in is Maccabi. And we've been doing a lot of work in Maccabi itself, going to the Football League, going to the county leagues, going to cricket, and we are going there training in famous football clubs, Leeds, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, and we're training the people there about anti-Semitism. And
It's very important.
Successful.
In fact, it's naming the problem. And Chris, do you think that not naming the problem, being politically correct, might be part of this whole problem?
Yes. Yes. No. There's a lot of playing with words, right? And I think you have to say it as it is. So we see that happening in politics. That there's a lot of nice words and a lot of words of understanding, but in reality, it doesn't mean anything if there's a lack of actions. So I tend to be very outspoken, and the response is not always friendly, but at least they know where I'm standing.
Right. And Estrella, you told me when we prepared this panel, I will give you the microphone right away, regarding when I told you what is there still to do, what are the solutions, you told me that, as many said earlier as well, education is very important. And you told me that there's like a gap, right? Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, thank you for your question. So I think Is why I think that in the same, as it was mentioned earlier, when anti-Semitism is in a society and disrupt the life, it is also an indicator of the life of the society. It is essential, in my opinion, that education is done in order to understand the situation of the Jewish, who we are, the conflict, and all the details.
Right. So you say we don't need more police cars. We don't need more, fences, higher fences. What we need is to get to know each other, to inform, to educate from a young age, and that's the only way to try to fight it as well, right?
I would say that this is one of the ways.
Right.
Because, we have also mentioned that this is on the social media, there is a lot of information. So one is to give the education on the right things, and also to avoid that wrong and false information continue to be in the media.
Right.
Thank you.
Philippe, if our communities are spending more and more on security, but are still saying that the situation is getting worse, what does that say? Does that say that we do something wrong, or what should we do in order to make that governments understand better that that is not the solution? More security.
Yes, thank you for asking that. I think we actually came to a point where we need to recognize that we are doing things wrong. As Jews, as even I would say world Jewry, or the State of Israel, whoever is on our side, we are not very successful in explaining our situation. We need to admit that Hamas had a genius propaganda victory in committing 7th of October 23, and no one ever mentioning even that the current situation in Gaza has anything to do with Hamas. No one, I'm not aware of any media outlet ever mentioning that. Let's say not in the last half year or so. We totally fail to explain to people how there's even any connection between, let's say, burning Israeli flags in the street or attacking the Israeli embassy and us. People don't see that, and they even will tell you in your face, decide, are you the State of Israel, or are you a local Jew that cannot be blamed for what the State of Israel is doing? So what do you even want? So we don't manage to explain that. I think it's not so easy to explain. It's not so difficult to explain. I think in most of our synagogues, like in ours, every Shabbat we pray for the State of Israel. It's a central part of our identity. We pray for IDF in the Shabbat service. So yes, it's a part of who we are.
Right.
I think we need to explain that. A second example of how we fail to communicate and are partly to blame ourselves for where we are is that, and Chris, I think that was maybe part of what you were saying. Ralph, you asked, do we really explain what the problem is? Do we mention the problem? I have a very hard time to explain that, yes, there are Nazis and AfD is a big thing in Germany. But when it comes to the Arab, Muslim, Iranian, Turkish threat, we don't even have a word for that. So I cannot use a single word for this type of threat. That's a strategic disadvantage that we have. The other side just needs to say the Jews or Israel, and everything is clear.
Right.
I think we need to work on that.
Right. I absolutely agree. And let me just add one more thing. In our synagogue, we also pray, and it's a good point to remind everybody that we still pray for our hostages, and we all hope, of course, that they will be all free as soon as possible. Mr. Ziv, I wanted to ask you a last question regarding all those marches, because in London, the pro-Palestinians march throughout the centers and if I'm not mistaken, even through the Jewish quarters recently. Can you tell us some more about that? And I also wanted to ask you, what, in your opinion, is the biggest gap today in the security of our Jewish communities?
So the marches have been, were very consistent and very regular during the early part of the war. We have been talking with the police in London on a regular basis to try and get them removed from the areas where we have synagogues. And I think we can safely say that at the end of November last year, but that's over a year later, we managed to get the police to agree to move these marches away from the synagogues. And the march that's going to take place this weekend is taking place on the embankment. And the police now have powers to arrest people, which they were not doing at the beginning, of which they absolutely should have done. We had last weekend, which I told you about when we talked on the phone, about the demonstration in Swiss Cottage, which is very close by the ambassador's residence, and the organizations that have been supporting Israel rallied together. It was a Friday evening about 5 o'clock, and the police have now banned any more Palestinian marches taking place around there or demonstrations taking place around there. Hopefully that will be followed through. So I think we are gradually making success, but it's taken a long time, and a lot of hard work and building of relationships has been important. I think that also we were slow off the mark, and we should have been much tougher with the police than we were. But I am pleased to say that now we do take a much harder line with them.
Right. Okay. Unfortunately, I already have to wrap up, but I would like to finish because the title, the subject of this conference is Building or Leaving. I would just like to make a quick tour, a short answer. I know it's not an easy one. Estrella, what do you say? If Jewish community cannot flourish safely today in Europe, building or leaving?
Well, I always thought about that, and thinking a little bit back on the EU plan on the fight against anti-Semitism. And this was prepared and developed even earlier and before October 7. Then October 7 happened and the situation became even worse. So in my opinion, this is the time, the real time, where the countries in Europe, and particularly the European Union, to make a strong commitment on how they want to have the Jewish life in Europe. And this is to revisit this plan, to expedite the plan, and to take all the actions that we are talking here today. So that, I think that the authorities, the governments, the NGOs, together with the communities, we should work together to make this possible. Otherwise, I leave this as a question mark. The situation can be difficult.
I agree. And it's like Rabbi Margolin said earlier, it always starts with the Jews, but it never ends with the Jews. So they should realize that. Chris, building or leaving?
Well, there's a couple of different perspectives to that. From a personal perspective, if prices of houses were lower in Israel, I would say leave. But that's not the case.
You just buy a smaller house, that's it.
You buy a smaller house. No, but I mean, when I talked about the hate that's feeding all this, the hate is growing. And I believe what we're seeing today is the foundation, what the next generation, or maybe the next 2 generations, will face with. So the biggest question for me is, are we going to be seeing Europe as an asset or as a liability? If we're a liability, then that's not a good foresight. If we're being considered an asset again, as a community that helped build Europe, that helped build, you know, the values that we live by, then there is a future. But if we're just a liability, then I would advise my son to go and find his luck somewhere else.
Right, understand. Philippe Strichaerts, what is your vision on that?
I think the answer is perfectly clear. Whether we stay and build is not for someone else to decide, also not for the governments. We are European citizens. We are as a strong part of European culture, European tradition. We build and we stay. And it's not for the newcomers to decide whether to drive us out. We are here and they need to deal with that. That's my answer.
Beautiful, very well said.
My view is that, and this is purely from a British perspective, that if we're going to allow a Labour government to be there for many years to come, and hopefully there won't be, we are at risk where they're going to be listening to the Muslim community more and more. We're talking about 250,000 Jews versus 6 million Muslims, and they are not prepared to stand up and fight for Israel in the way that we need them to do so.
Right.
And some of our representative bodies are not prepared to fight against the Labour Party. So we've got some tough times ahead.
Today, we're all together with many Jewish leaders who every day fight in order that we can live here in security. It's not always easy. It's not always a, how do you call this again? You know, it's not easy every day, but let's say we all continue to fight. Let's hope for better days. I would like to thank you all very, very much. It was an honor to moderate this panel. And I would like to ask you to applaud all four of them for answering my questions.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, Ralph, as well, for your expert moderation. Thank you to those Jewish leaders. Of course, the situation is far from ideal. It's many, many moons ago that I was at university. And the situation affecting students, they happen to be some of the happiest years of my life. And I must tell you that talking to students today, I feel the situation is far from happy for a majority of Jewish students. With that, just to remind ourselves what we're talking about, before our next discussion, we have a short video for everyone. Thank you.
Radical pro-Palestinian rallies on U.S. college campuses have Jewish students in fear for their safety.
Anti-Semitic messages posted online as graphic threats of murder, sexual violence, and comparison to animals.
Columbia students suggested labeling local shops that support Israel's right to exist, quote, with a Star of David. A law professor recently advocated for the removal of Israeli students from campus.
So these protests, they're not pro-Palestinian, they're anti-Jewish and anti-Israel.
People want to kill me and want to bomb my home and our home as a Jewish community. It's terrifying.
We have students on our campus calling out by name explicitly that they want certain students on this campus to die slowly.
Many professors in Siena and all over Italy signed a petition supporting a boycott against Israel in academical and any international relations. When we see slogans and flags which state from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and slogans such as support the Intifada.
I am a professor here. I have every right to be everywhere on campus. You cannot let people that support Hamas on campus and me, a professor, not go on campus. Let me in now.
We go to the #1 public school in the world. These people are smart. They are educated. They know what they're saying. They know what an intifada is. They want an intifada. They want to see the mass genocide of Jews.
So, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. You have microphones? Sorry about that. Hope everyone can hear me now. I'm going to invite Assistant Professor Eli Sapir to join me on stage, along with Julio Koldorf as well, because we're going to have a discussion now about what it is actually like on one campus, which happens to be in the Netherlands, which is Maastricht University. Ellie, please have a seat. Julio, please, if you don't mind having a seat beside Ellie. And there should be microphones there for you if you just want to turn them on as well. And there's a clicker there as well, Ellie, should you need it. So as I said, the situation is fairly atrocious across universities across Europe. We saw Sciences Po, we obviously saw America, and this particular panel, Ellie, about how governments can keep Jewish students, university students and school pupils safe from harm. I'm going to start by asking you what your experiences are, what it's been like, not only since October the 7th, but even in the run-up to it, what sort of attitudes that you've seen from universities for tolerating the kind of hate that we've seen in the media. And above all, thanks for being here and kind of speaking out. I know it's not easy for you. No, presentation is going to be lined up for you now. So we'll get the presentation lined up as well, okay? Should be appearing on stage any second.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, everyone. I think the key point was already mentioned in the previous panel. We are not talking about a spike or a rise or a peak or a noise. We're talking about something much more fundamental than that. What we're talking about today, especially since October 7th, is the situation where anti-Semitism become normal. It is no longer something that, yes, we know we have that in the margins of society and we all know it's dangerous and we must tackle that, but we don't have the resources for that and so on. This became something normal, something that people that see themselves as people of good faith, of foundational morals, say to themselves, yeah, this is something acceptable. This is a moral choice that I can justify. I think this is the dangerous thing, much more than counting the number of times Jewish people were attacked. Of course, is very important, but the state of mind, that when you speak with the police, when you speak with your city leadership, when you speak with the university leadership, with the government like we have, they all look at things and say, yeah, okay, that's part of life. This normalization is the most dangerous thing that we are facing today.
Okay, Eli, thank you. Can you go through some examples? The presentation is up behind you right now. We have a clicker there for you, just to talk through what's going on at Maastricht University, and certainly what the response has been as well.
So, distinguished rabbis, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, good afternoon, and thank you, European Jewish Association, for organizing this panel. As I've already mentioned earlier, the point of what I would like to present to you today is indeed the normalization of anti-Semitism in my university, in other universities in the Netherlands, and indeed throughout Europe. Experiences, we all know, we saw some of those in the videos. These are not different in my universities. Students and staff members have been shouted at, marginalized, and threatened since late 2023, particularly 7th of October 2023. We've heard calls such as filthy Zionists, baby killers, oppressors, murderers, inhumanes, animals, I wish Hitler would finish the job, and more and more and more. But again, this is not the main issue. The main issue is how this was received by the people who should know better. These are not isolated outbursts, but symptoms of a broader pattern which and other universities have. They have been appeasing anti-Semites, refusing to enforce their own rules, and even cutting ties with Israeli institutions just to appease those pro-Hamas protesters. They have repeatedly ignored the Jewish communities, excluding Jewish students and staff members from safety discussions and sidelining our concerns. They have been acting in no transparency, logging incidents privately with no public acknowledgements. There have been many more anti-Semitic incidents that have been logged as disruptive behavior, fight between two drunk students, and so on and so forth. All of these have clear marks of anti-Semitism, completely went off radar. We all saw what is happening in US campuses in this book and in this video and in others. So I would like to ask whether or not indeed we can say that Maastricht University is indeed the European face of what we see across the Atlantic in Columbia, at Harvard, UCLA, and many other campuses. To do that, I would like to present to you what I see as normalization of anti-Semitism. And this would be very simply the multi-phase process, which is never completely linear, by which once extreme hatred seeps into everyday campus routines so that harassment, exclusion, and intimidation become expected, even unremarkable features of our university lives. This is what happens when we see normalization of anti-Semitism. And let me very briefly describe to you how this came to be. You have a QR code here. This QR code would lead you to a research that was published on 7th of October, 2024. 1 year later, it's the results of the study that I have conducted with my colleagues on anti-Semitism on campuses, and to avoid a regular survey where we're not sure about sampling frames and so on, we told people, tell us everything you want in your own words. We then use machine learning to analyze, identify patterns, create the playbook of universities, and we have those conclusions. They are available to you here. I will briefly summarize some of the key points. So the first step, if you want, is the normalization of anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism that is disguised as some sort of a political critique, political protest. Of course, this is where you see the anti-Israel sentiments, anti-Zionist speech, from the river to the sea, so Jews do not deserve their own homeland, genocide, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, terrorism, laid out as accusations against Israel and against Israeli individuals, not the chief of staff. Students of Israeli background are called murderers, genocide supporters. Double standards, of course. Israel is expected of things no other country is expected under any circumstances. Collective blame, as we heard here. All Israelis, all Jews are part of this blame, so to speak. And of course, bias and hostility against Palestinians, against Arabs, against Muslims. This is what we are accused of. We are always hateful. We are always not letting them speak out their mind and so on. The next step, as it has unfolded, was the verbal harassment, intimidation, and incitement. Intimidation, hate, swastikas on bathroom walls, harassment of students online and offline, dehumanization of Jewish people, demonization of us, hostility because of Jewish visibility, wearing kippah, wearing a Magen David. Students report to us that they stopped doing that already. Public shaming of Jewish identity. And finally, silencing Jewish voices. Now I can give you the numbers. 63%, exactly the same as in your survey, 63% of Jewish and Israeli Dutch university students and staff members describe their campus as moderately to extremely dangerous. The average of the rating of danger is 5.2 out of 10. So this is going beyond the middle point. 27% said that they have been excluded because they're Jewish. 13% faced hostility and sense of danger because of their Jewish visibility. The next step, of course, is historical revisionism, and this is where anti-Zionism approaches already anti-Semitism until it is harnessed there. Nazi comparisons, support, glorification, or references to Nazism, to Hitler. People are saluting to Jewish students using a Nazi salute. denial, trivialization of the Holocaust. No, it's not 6 million. You did something that you deserve it, and so on. Accusing Israel of instrumentalizing the Holocaust. So now you're doing to the Palestinians what you think the Nazis did to you. Gaza is a concentration camp. The war is genocide, Holocaust, and so on. The next step is direct threats, violence, and glorification of terrorism. You can look at this. This was published on October 7th. Immediately after the attacks, praising the attacks. These are students that published that. You can see the resistance is justified, rape is justified, everything is justified when it is against Israel, when it is against Jews. This event, Julio will tell you about in a moment. This is a lecture organized by our students, hosting Rawan Osman, a pro-Israel Syrian Lebanese speaker. We were surrounded. Julio will tell you exactly what happened there, and the lecture was stopped. They were violent. We had to be silenced. And finally, the last step is social and institutional marginalization. This is what happens in our university. I will stop here. I'll give the floor to Julio, and then we'll come back to those implications. Please, Julio.
Hello. Well, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of EJA for giving us the chance to bring to light the situations. Well, situation on campuses in response to the war in Gaza appears to be driving our society crazy. And the response of the universities, as you may see, has been both totally inadequate and hypocritical. Their own policies have been clearly violated for months now, and it's precisely this double standard what constitutes anti-Semitism here. Maybe more worrisome than some ugly specific incidents, it is the fact that universities are condoning behavior that they simply would not tolerate if the object of the abuse had been anyone else. If we had any number of people shouting that blacks should go back to Africa or that trans people deserve to die, this would be, the students or the professors supporting such things will be immediately expelled. And this is clearly what should happen here. Even if you believe that Israel is totally in the wrong, this does not justify in the slightest what we're experiencing. Millions of people are suffering around the world, concentration camps, slavery, torture, we all know this. There are no protests for them, no one cares. No one in Cambridge, no one in Madrid, no one in Oxford, certainly no one in Maastricht. In the case of Maastricht University, specifically, it is a very high desired academic international destination among experts for being one of the few universities in Europe with English language curricula. However, since October 7, Jewish students from around the world have been dealing with hostile anti-Semitism and with the governing body and staff mostly looking the other way. During the talk of the peace activist Rawan Osman at Maastricht University on March 12 of this year, the absolutely incompetent authorities and security forces allowed the Free Palestine Maastricht group to round up the Jews inside the building, just as during the Holocaust. Shouting, banging on the walls, doors and windows, almost to the point of explosion, trying to get in. The group Free Palestine Maastricht had requested permission to the city hall to hold the protest, but they were refused. They carry out, knowing this, an act a priori prohibited. There was no representatives of the State of Israel, no Israelis taking on the microphone. Instead, a woman, a peace activist of Syrian origin, speaking, along with spectators, mostly from the Jewish community. None less than the president of the Jewish community of Maastricht, his wife, Jewish and non-Jewish professors and students were surrounded, intimidated, verbally assaulted, threatened, and physically attacked. To my person, when I took an Israeli flag, the police immediately pulled me aside as to not to provoke the rabid mob waving Palestinian flags, with and without an Israeli flag in my hand, I was pushed around and verbally attacked. I was called a fascist, a genocidal, a baby killer, a fucking Zionist. I was shouted intifada and from the river to the sea to my face. By the way, I am no Israeli and I had no involvement in the organization of this event. 5 patrol cars had to intervene, and instead of dealing with the attackers and protecting the innocent, the security forces chose to cancel the event and escort us out as the angry mob shouted at us. And only by the grace of God, there was no injuries to mourn. The attackers, you may wonder, they suffered no consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, and because we are running out of time, I will very briefly review the institutional complicity that we have identified in our university, in Maastricht University. Where is the presentation? Is gone.
Sorry.
It's okay, never mind.
Let's just go.
Yeah, that's fine.
There you go. You're back.
So please do take a look at the slides on the wall, because I think they would illustrate the point I'm trying to make here. So the university took 3 main steps. The first step was an attempt to create a balance. They have tried to show us that any argument that we have will be valid if it will be valid used by the other side. If we are asking for safety, they should receive safety as well. The next thing that happened was the university decided it's going to solve the problem of those people Julio spoke about that made the police interfere in our events. And their reward is they got an office in the university. They have an official recognition in the university. They are now collecting funds. The police has no access to them because they are operating in a university. We have a coming event next week with Shabbos Kenstenbaum. The university just notified our students that they may not be able to do that. Just in the last 3 weeks, there were 12 Palestinian events in our university. Our university is clearly taking sides. You can also see that with this ad that was published 2 months after October 7th. So 2 months after that, this was an ad formally published in the university journal asking people to apply for a position. And again, since Israel began its most recent onslaught in Gaza on October 23. The last thing, and this is the last thing about the university, is, of course, they have moved, just like all other universities in the Netherlands, short of one, to boycotting Israel. Now, they're not boycotting Israeli institutions, as they like telling us. They are boycotting Israel. How do I know that? Because they have selected all of the institutions in Israel and only these institutions to take an ethical review of. So what do we want to do? Last minute. First, we want to enforce a zero tolerance policy towards hate and intimidation. We also would like, and we're now talking about it with the European Jewish Association, to initiate our own truly independent, transparent investigation of the situation, go public in it, into these events like the Rawan Osman events and other events, summoning the university to give us their testimonials as well, and making this as public as possible, hopefully making this a flagship case. We aim at banning face masks, clear university protocols for police intervention when disruptions occur, and adopting the IHRA definition for anti-Semitism. The last thing I'll tell you, and this goes to the topic of this very important conference. The choice is not only between building or living. We have a third option which we must take into account, and this is fighting. When we are standing in front of something like that, we can fight before we flight. Building is not going to help because there will be more anti-Semites coming to ruin what we build. So fighting is our way forward. We need your voice, your action, your leadership. So what has happened in Maastricht and is still happening there will not become the new normal across Europe. Thank you very much.
Eli, thank you so much. The situation on universities is truly horrific. It's good to know there are people like Eli and Julio out there who will not stand for it. I made you a promise as well when we started talking that we're going to see this through to the end. Okay? And sorry, gentlemen, if you don't mind leaving the stage, because I'm going to make room for our next, because we have our assistant professors, those working at universities, but what are the students themselves? And it's not just Maastricht. Maastricht is a case study. So it gives me great pleasure to invite my colleague, our EU Advocacy Coordinator, Juan Caldes, to join me on stage, along with next panel of Jewish student leaders that he will introduce. It's lovely to see Yael and Luca and Emma. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello. Yeah, okay. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alex, for the introduction. And thank you to each and every single one of you for taking the time to be here with us today. It is with great honor that I bring you these three incredible, amazing, really young Jewish leaders. Not only that, personal friends of mine for many years, and I'm very proud to have you here with us today. First of all, we'll have Yael Sanchez hosting us in this wonderful country of mine as well, in Spain. She's the president of FEJE, the Federation of Young Jews of Spain. Lucas Pichizzino, the president of the Federation of Young Jews of Italy, and all the way towards the east, because she lives in the Czech Republic, and that's why we put her there. Emma Gunsberger, the president of KUZM, the Union of Young Jewish Leaders from the Czech Republic. So we'll start with Yael, as we are in Spain, and as I mentioned before, it's just gracious that you will host us today. So we'll start with you. My first question for you is, and as a fellow Spaniard myself, it is truly heartbreaking to see how our government, the national government of Spain, has reacted since October the 7th, as everyone knows in the audience. The situations on campuses in Spain is by far one of the worst in Europe, especially since last year the Minister of Universities proposed to cut ties with all Israeli institutions, for those of you who might not be aware of this. So my question to you, dear Yael, is what stories and testimonies could you share with us today for people who might not know what has been the mood in the past year and a half on campuses in Spain?
Now, yes. Okay. So thank you very much, Juan, for having us, and thank you everyone for coming here today. So the 7th of October brought a lot of unity between all the Jewish students. That was the positive side. They found a safe space in community events and in gatherings among Jewish students. But when they returned to their universities, to their classes, to their professors, they found a very uncomfortable space where they couldn't express themselves as Jews. They were advised by everyone to take away their Magen David, their Chai, to change their Uber names on the apps, and to try to not show themselves Jewish. Not only that, but as a union, we've also received a lot of reports from students since the beginning of the war, mostly coming from professors, unfortunately in public universities, that made comparisons in class between the Holocaust and the IDF and what's happening in Gaza. Super uncomfortable for students to be listening every day in every class. Didn't matter what you were studying. I even have reports from medicine students. You would wonder, like, why would a medicine student have to listen about Israel and the genocide that is happening in Gaza? So, for instance, this student was hearing by the professor a comparison between what the IDF was doing right now with the mothers in Gaza and what the Nazis did with the Jewish mothers in the Holocaust. How crazy and insane, without any fact-based arguments. Also, many students were surrounded by the protests. They felt uncomfortable going to university because of the encampments outside university, because while they were studying in the library, a lot of students and BDS protesters would come in the library and occupy it and start singing and blurring these slurs, anti-Semitic slurs like intifada, or the most common one that in Spain is not forbidden is Zionist, get out of this university. We've been hearing this every day. It's written on the walls, it's in posters, in the protest. It's insane how also the BDS is pretty involved. I just want to say that it's of no surprise that this is happening because of politics. Like our own government has said on TV and to all the Spaniards, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Like, how crazy! The only politicians I think that has got the situation to an extreme. Even Cira Rego, which is a minister of universities in Spain, the 7th of October, she said Palestinians have right to resist. On the 7th of October. Like not even a response from Israel. So yeah, I'm not even surprised that from the ignorance of the students and the professors, if our own politicians and media is talking like this about the situation in Israel.
Thank you for that, Yael, and for that beyond sad testimony. Moving to Luca over here. Luca, thank you for being with us today. One could argue that Italy as a country stands in between the Czech Republic and Spain in terms of how the situation of anti-Semitism is. What has been the situation on the ground for Italian Jewish students since October 7th, especially because many of the people here might not know, given that some of your events were canceled or prevented from taking place at Italian universities, and how are the competent academic authorities dealing with the situation?
So, okay. Can you hear me? No. Hello? Okay. So, what we experienced since the very beginning of the war was a huge wave of anti-Semitism. Basically, in the very first months of the war, we received almost 115 reports from the students and 60 only in the first month, only in October. And what happened in the university was basically that the so-called pro-Palestinian students exploited the university regulations to their advantages. And the universities were hostages of their own rules. And they use basically two lines of way to behave. The political part of the left movements inside universities, and on the other hand, the far left. They used the force, they used vandalism, they used the anti-democratic acts in order to prevent people to express their ideas about Israel, about also their Judaism. We were forced somehow to cover our kippot, to hide our Magen David in order to not be assaulted by those students. And what happened that, for example, in Sapienza in Rome, during the encampments that lasted almost 6 weeks, the damages that they made inside the buildings were of 300,000 euros of damages that they actually were paid by their students, by the taxes. And at least the situation is serious. We are lucky that the institutions and the security forces are with us. They are following us. They are concerned almost like us about what is happening.
Thank you for that. Luca, we'll circle back for one more question for each. Mentioned before, now we're moving towards the Czech Republic. Compared to Western Europe, one could argue that the overall situation of anti-Semitism seems to be much more under control, along with other countries that we mentioned before, with Hungary and others. That doesn't mean that it's free of anti-Semitism, obviously. So, Emma, could you please let us know how the situation has been in the Czech Republic and what measures have been implemented so far to protect Jewish students like yourself and your peers in your union?
Yes, so while it's true that we are a post-communist country that has been deeply affected, not only directly by the Holocaust, but also by decades of communist dictatorship, and therefore the community there is not big. And another outcome of this is that most of the general public generally rejects anti-Semitism because they've seen so much of it in the past. Obviously, anti-Zionism was a huge part of the communist propaganda, and most of the people in my parents' generation remember it very vividly, so they are sensitive to it. Our government has been very supportive of Israel and the Jewish community. So were all the policymakers, most of the media. And I would say that most of us have never, like most of the youth, we have never really experienced anti-Semitism or Israel-related anti-Semitism until October 7th. I am the first generation in my family to be already born into freedom, and this is a completely new situation for me. So since October 7th, there has been a significant shift in anti-Semitism, and we have seen the first petitions, demonstrations. We have seen a lot of anti-Israel and Israel-related anti-Semitism that was targeted on Jewish students and Israeli students, of course. This anti-Semitism is mostly present online and on universities. Jewish students felt like they were being blamed for what's happening in Israel and Gaza. They felt betrayed and left by many of their non-Jewish peers. And some Jewish students felt excluded from liberal or progressive spaces, like, for example, women's organizations. And also we have had many Jewish students who tried to report the anti-Semitic incidents that happened to them, but they felt like their complaints weren't taken seriously. This situation is worsening. The pro-Palestinian or anti-Israeli campaigns are getting bigger, the protest movement is getting bigger, and anti-Semitism is on the rise. And although I have to note that it's not nearly as bad as what you hear from the US or Western Europe, no encampments, we have had no cases of physical violence, it's still very hard to deal with. And also taking into consideration that we are a post-communist country, the situation will probably get worse in the future because we're just few years behind you guys. And I would say that because we have never experienced this in the past, that makes it harder to deal with currently because it's a very new situation. No, we have a very small Muslim minority, yeah.
And going from the Czech Republic, in which there's still more hope than in Western Europe, back to Spain and circling back, yeah, it is quite evident that in the case of Spain, I would say, and also as a fellow Spainer, that an immediate reaction from authorities, from all authorities, is much needed. So Jewish students will once again feel safe in their respective universities to set foot, to study, to learn, as universities were once the beacon of that freedom that we should aspire to have once again. What concrete measures? We talk a lot about the problems that we have, but from a Tachlis point of view, what concrete measures do you think that are needed to be adopted as fast as possible to reach this ideal and much better situation?
To start, let's understand that Spaniards think that Jews don't exist in Spain. So there is a huge gap for learning and for getting trained. I believe that a lot that can be done in Spain comes from education, from the educational point of view. So obviously, in legal terms, I would say that the universities must adopt the ERA definition and understand that most of the phrases that they are chanting are anti-Semitic. But because of the fact that the universities haven't adopted these definition, which our country have, but the universities haven't yet, they should first adopt this definition to clearly identify. And
Anya, so sorry to interrupt. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but in the case of Spain, as far as I'm concerned, unlike in other countries like in the UK and Germany, not a single university has adopted the ERA definition. Is that correct?
It's correct. And not only that, just as you said before, they've cut ties with Israel, just making it clear that they don't even know what's the difference between criticizing Israel and being anti-Semitic. Because cutting ties with universities that are promoting cultural studies and research, and they're actually promoting so much, they're contributing so much more to Spain than Spain to Israel. But nevertheless, this is so, well, they should adopt the ERA definition, and secondly, they should implement educational programs to let the professors and professionals in our country know what anti-Semitism is, and combat it directly. In the case of University of Complutense, for instance, they've canceled like events and seminars on anti-Semitism, and every day there's something about Gaza, but they canceled events on anti-Semitism.
Moral of the story, ERA definition, strong educational programs to combat ignorance, which leads to anti-Semitism. And Complutense, for those of you who might not know, is one of the leading universities in Spain, here in Madrid.
And leading universities in anti-Semitism.
Very true. Now going back to Italy, EJA, the student union of Italy, is one of the, for those of you who might not know, is one of the oldest Jewish student unions in Europe, and those with a lot of experience to offer. So what experiences and best practices would you like to share with us, Luca, especially in the field of media, as we're talking about social media and ongoing problems in there as they grow year after year, with your own personal experience as a journalist?
So the main advice that I want to give to the student unions is form alliances, because you can't change anything alone. And we proved it through a manifesto that we drafted a year ago, mostly, with some students' association in Milan. There were encampments, strong encampments that lasted more than 3-4 weeks. And there was vandalism, also censorship from every single person that wanted to express their concerns about the war that wasn't their view was silenced by those student groups. And so we drafted this manifesto, and after a few days, the encampments left from the universities. And after 1 month, we went to the Senate of the Republic in Italy, and we presented the manifesto in a national view, and almost 20 university student association from the universities adopted this manifesto. And in the last few months, also other 2 new associations joined. They were at the very beginning 3, mostly from the center right, and also now one from the center left, and also a non-political association joined us. And from this point of view is also talking about the alliances. In few weeks ago in Italy, again in Rome, there was supposed to be presented the EJA in Wars book in the universities. Thanks to the university itself, that we have to say, Sapienza is the most most important university in fighting what is anti-Semitism. When you are talking about terrorism, they shut down every single event. But they will try to do the same. We brought out a petition, and also again 15 associations, also political parties joined us in order to say this can't be possible to be adopted and it had to be due in universities. Talking about the media, we can stay silent. When we need to talk, we need to shout sometimes. And it happened in Turin when we tried to do an event, but the university stopped us due to bureaucratical problems and because anti-Semitism for them was divisive. And in the meantime, we also faced a counter manifestation from the pro-Palestinian students. And one of the posters that you saw before, there were the triangles of Hamas on our logos. So basically, we were targeted of their demonstrations. So when we were divisive, and on the other side, they have free of expression using also terrorist propaganda. And when we need to also talk about the journalism, you have to tell a story. The fact itself, they don't care at all. So if you need to be heard, you have to tell a story. And what I did that day was to show the poster in front of the journalists and expressing our concerns of what is free speech for you, talking about anti-Semitism or expressing and using the propaganda of Hamas for target the Jewish students and also non-Jewish students in order to censor them. So at least what happened is that the media posted my photo and also what were our concerns. And then now, thank God, in Thursday, we will have the event, hopefully with no problems, but I know already that we have demonstrations a few hours before, so we'll see.
And last but not least, as we're running out of time, very, very quickly, to be as concise as we can, Emma, your student union is one of the most active organizations on the ground. What programs and activities are you guys currently engaging in to combat anti-Semitism? And also something that we don't have on other parts of Europe as we're too focused combating anti-Semitism, but also fostering Jewish life in the most concise manner that you could possibly do.
I'll do my best. So before October 7th, we were doing mostly activities for our community. We weren't really doing anything targeted to the wider public, but that has changed since October 7th. So basically, October 7th meant that we have to shift and became way more political. Since then, we have been talking to the media. Fortunately, most of the Czech media are very friendly towards us. We do have good relations with them. We've organized demonstrations. The first demonstration that has taken place in Prague after October 7th has had over 5,000 participants, which is a lot for Prague and Czech Republic in general. We've been talking to politicians and policymakers. We've been supported by basically all important politicians in Czech Republic, starting from the president, the prime minister, all the important ministers, and as well as the cultural scene. And I feel like this support is, with time, shifting away a bit, and they are being less and less supporting towards us. And also, while still being supported by the political representation, what has changed significantly is the environment of the general public and how they feel, especially my generation, especially Gen Z and the youth community. And they became, over the course of the past year and a half, way more anti-Zionist. They started to engage more in the pro-Palestinian demonstrations, etc. And we had to tackle that. So we've been talking to deans, sending open letters, we've been drafting public statements, and that has worked to a certain extent. But what is very sad is that, for example, when I meet with the dean of a university, they tell us that they are very supportive. They agree with the EJA definition of anti-Semitism. They promise to protect us. But then they tell me, but I can't say this publicly. I can promise you this, like between four eyes, but we can't accept the EJA definition publicly. I can promise you that we will try to obey by it, but not publicly. And this has been a rising issue in Czech Republic. but we fortunately have good ties with the political establishment. And what we have also been doing is we've been organizing Jewish events, we've been doing more public events and trying to showcase Czech Jewish culture in a positive way, because I believe that fostering Jewish life and informing people about positive aspects about Jewish identity, not only about Holocaust, not only about Zionism, is one of the best ways to combat anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, to let people understand us and get to know us, and that makes them challenge their biases and perhaps also lose some of the stereotypical views that they might have had before. Yeah.
Before anything, thank you to each and every single one of you for being here. If it was up to me, I would do another 30 minutes because there's so much that we could still hear from you guys. And I propose everyone here a big round of applause for our amazing young Jewish leaders that have been on since October 7th, taking on this challenging role. And it really is incredible what you guys have achieved. And I wish you the very best. And moving now to my dear colleague, Mr. Benjamin, so we can go on with the program, and wish you a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, Juan. Just leave a microphone there. Thank you as well to our student leaders. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for doing something. And keep up the fight. Thank you so much. Listen, I'm going to move swiftly on. I'm going to invite Ari Brown, who's an education analyst at Camera USA. We're going to have a discussion, and I'm going to set the context of that discussion now. So, Ari, thanks for being with us. There should be a working. Turn this on. There should be a working mic there, hopefully. Ari, can everyone hear me okay? Microphone's okay? Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Gerald, for being on point as always.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we're good. Okay, so listen, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that, of course, universities are the kind of end product of the education system. But what happens at primary schools and what happens at secondary schools? I just want to give a couple of examples. We have Baroness Sluzny with us. I was very struck when Regine told me that a regular speaker on the Holocaust, a hidden child, immediately after October 7th, many of the invitations to schools to talk about her experience just dried up. We've had cases in Belgium where schools have refused to take their children out and talk to them about the Stolpersteiner on the floor, saying we're not prepared to talk about the Holocaust while there is, quote, a genocide in Gaza. We've had situations where a lot of the new families coming into schools don't want their children to be educated about the Holocaust. I'm talking specifically about families coming from Muslim and migrant backgrounds, but also any mention of Israel and the strong link of Eretz Israel to the Jewish people going back millennia is not something that they want to talk about. Well, we brought over, and he's come to us all the way from Boston. So I very much appreciate you taking the time to hop over the pond and be with us, Ari. Ari is an education analyst at Camera. Camera USA have done a lot of work looking at and working with education departments, reforming school curricula. Ari, I'm going to hand over to you just to explain a bit more about your work, some of the challenges you've faced, and then we'll have a bit of a conversation. Ari, over to you, sir.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, my name is Ari Brown. I'm with the Camera Education Institute, which is the education division of Camera, and which our mission is to promote accurate resources on Israel and the Jewish people, and to combat the anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism that exists in schools. So when you're dealing with this issue of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in primary and secondary education, it really stems from two radical ideologies that have unfortunately infiltrated and proliferated throughout curricula and schools more broadly. Number one is intersectionality, and number two is that of settler colonialism. Intersectionality is the idea that a person's various identities are all interconnected, hence intersectionality, and they combine, they intersect to inform how oppressed a person is.
So this is, sorry, just to interrupt, just for our audience very, very briefly, that concept is why you see presumably Black Lives Matter aligning with Palestinians and very bizarrely LGBTQ aligning with Hamas and Palestinian, as they would see it, freedom.
Yes, exactly. Settler colonialism is the idea that when European powers, when the United States colonized parts of the world, they did not just do so to extract resources, which is how we traditionally think of colonialism. They actually set up settlements, sent people over there to live there, and these settlers displaced and exploited the indigenous native populations. And those who advocate for this idea of settler colonialism argue that states that are colonialist in nature are fundamentally illegitimate and really should be dismantled or destroyed. So they're really speaking about three countries here. They're talking about Australia, they're talking about the United States, and they're of course talking about Israel. And just on a side point, this is not specifically about education. This is how something like a horrific massacre like October 7th gets justified. They say, oh, these are just the indigenous people fighting back against their settler foreign oppressors. And this idea of settler colonialism has become in curricula extremely pervasive and is often the basis for how Israel is discussed. So I reviewed a curriculum, for example, it comes to mind that it framed the whole lesson on Israel as, Jews came to, they came to this land of Palestine where there were these Palestinians who had lived there for hundreds or thousands of years. And yeah, maybe the Jews had a reason to go because they were fleeing anti-Semitism or the Holocaust, but it was ultimately immoral what they did to these to the indigenous people of the land, supposedly.
And Ari, very, very briefly, where does that come from? Who's pushing that? And how does it end up in classrooms?
So in the United States, I'll just say a little bit differently than Europe, education is extremely decentralized. There's over 12,000 school districts, each one of which operates pretty much independently. But these school districts all work with different organizations that provide them with resources. So you're talking about an organization like there's an organization called Teach Palestine that provides resources. Sometimes it's even the state government themselves. I'll give an example in a moment of a state government that had some resources on their website that were anti-Israel, and sometimes it's individual teachers who are activists in the guise of educators.
No, please.
Yeah. So some of our just to one more point. So just to continue, what we've done at Camera to combat this is to number one, to monitor these organizations, these individuals, and the state governments to make sure that we're abreast of everything that's going on and to know what and so we can fight when problems arise. Number two is to publish accurate resources that are alternatives to these biased, inaccurate resources. And number three is to influence the government as well and to activate parents and community members and students to actually get involved and to fight against it, because that's really ultimately what the key to solving this issue is, to have people in the communities who stand up and fight against these these ideas in the curriculum.
Okay, Ari, regarding what you just said, which is extremely important, that idea of monitoring. For instance, here in Europe, I know that groups like Amnesty International and others are directly feeding in and supplying modules on human rights, etc., which is actually ending up in schools. So obviously the monitoring is one thing. Once you've pointed these challenges out to some departments, are they open to change? Are these decisions political decisions? For instance, not trying to get you involved in American politics, but for instance, in Republican districts, are they different from Democrat districts? What sort of challenges have you come up against?
It's a good question. So the challenges that we come up against, it does vary based on the district and the school, because in addition to the public school districts, there are, unnumbered private schools in America as well, that each one operates basically also on its own. But it really depends. We've had a lot of successes. So I'll just speak in terms of the government. So in the state of Georgia, the state Department of Education had some resources that claimed, among other things, that they said that Palestinian terrorism is something that happens in response to occupation. They said that Israel has a theocratic government, which they contrasted with Turkey, which supposedly doesn't have a theocratic government. And they also said that Judaism is divided into three sects: Hasidic, Orthodox, and Reform. So, when we reviewed these materials and we critiqued them, and then we brought them to the attention of the Georgia Department of Education, they were open to correcting that. So that's a red state. I'll give an example of a blue state where you had challenges and successes. So in Massachusetts, which is where CAMRA is based, the Massachusetts Teachers Association, the teachers union in the state, ever since October 7th has been engaged in extremely egregious anti-Israel political activism, which is really should be against the mission of a teachers union. But they did a webinar together with the radical anti-Zionist organization Jewish Voice for Peace, and they also published a lessons written by an extremely anti-Israel professor at the University of Massachusetts at Boston that among other things said talked about a boy being kicked off his land by bullies called Zionists in an elementary school workbook, and teachers were out. Jewish teachers were outraged. The Jewish community in Massachusetts was outraged, and we were able to. We were the ones who were able to organize them, to review the materials, get them the information, and also work with the state government, with the attorney general, with the governor's office, and with state legislatures. And they actually held a hearing at the Massachusetts state legislature where the union leaders were questions about this. The CEI CAMRA we testified about the curriculum. And in Brookline, which is a town just outside of Boston, the school board there, we were able to get some community members elected to the school board. They actually banned the usage of the MTA, the teachers union resources, in the town of Brookline.
Wow, congratulations. That was important. That was very, very important.
Yeah.
Okay. So look, I mean, one of the challenges that we've got in terms of the education here at primary school and secondary school is a lot of the Jewish leaders here and a lot of Jewish parents send their children to Jewish schools. So of course, we, in a sense, have no idea of how we're being spoken about within the public education systems. So what advice would you give to the Jewish leaders here, how they could go about starting the process of keeping education departments accountable for the resources that they're teaching? How would one go about exporting the CAMRA model to Europe?
Yeah, so our model relies on being aware. So even if you don't, and that's obviously a big challenge when you don't have a child in the public school, in public schools, that obviously creates a difficulty. But there are, many times, especially in where education is a little bit more centralized in Europe, you can find out what the curricula are. You know, if there are allies in the non-Jewish community who would be willing to share these resources, to be aware. And then it's not just to be aware of what's going on; it's to be constantly putting pressure on the authorities. You know, the thing about that case in Massachusetts. It was about that we were able to get people onto the school board in Brookline. You know, in other areas like in Maryland, where we got a district to adopt the IRA definition, and now they're going to adopt elements of our curriculum. So it's about and all that is because, you know, it's about the parents and the members in the community who put the pressure on the school board, on the authorities to make a change and to improve things. And that really, you need political power. You know, that's the key. The key is to either be the ones in political power or be able to influence those who are.
Ari, we don't have, I'm going to have to wrap this up now, but I will say this. This is not going to be the last conversation that the European Jewish Association is having with Camera. I must commend you on your work. I think it's extremely, extremely important work that you're doing, because ultimately these children which go through primary and secondary, as you said at the opening, end up at some of the universities, the end product being some of the challenges that we've just seen in the previous panel. So please do keep up the good work. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ari Brown. Thank you so much. And now it's over to Jewish leaders to have a conversation about all of this. Universities, primary school children. It gives me great pleasure now to call up for the next panel discussion Mrs. Ina Volovic from the Jewish community of Fürth in Germany, who's going to be inviting up members of her panel to discuss how we can keep Jewish university students and school pupils safe from harm. Ina, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to speak today, a big part of this important event. My name is Ina Volovic, and I'm lecturing foreign languages at the Foreign Language Institute of the University in Erlangen, Nuremberg. As you can hear, English is not my teaching language. I'm a member of the Jewish community in Nuremberg, and I work closely with the university commissioners for anti-Semitism, and also I'm a part of an initiative that we created in Nuremberg against anti-Semitism in our metropolitan region. And this is a volunteer cooperative, a sort of diverse network of Jewish and not Jewish individuals and organizations who are working together, and we document, we evaluate and forward anti-Semitic incidents in educational, cultural, and public spaces to the authorities. Maybe we can also focus later how we concretely at the university are dealing with the anti-Semitic incidents. As the topic of our discussion is how governments keep Jewish university students and school pupils safe from harm, I would like to invite my guest to focus on maybe on concrete examples of which measures the governments should take to protect Jewish students and pupils in the specific region, specific country. Please, I invite Rabbi Jacobs. Esteban Ibarra, Baroness Regina Slushny, and Professor Gerald Steinberg. Maybe. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? Maybe for those who are for the first time here today, we make a short introduction of our guest, Esteban Ibarra. Welcome. He is one of Spain's leading human rights defenders, founder and president of Movimiento contra la Intolerancia, and for over decades he has been at the forefront of efforts to combat hate crimes, anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and discrimination through civil society activism, education, and legal advocacy. He serves as Secretary General of the Council of Victims of Hate Crimes and edits the annual Informe Raxon. This is a report which focuses on racism and xenophobia, and he has co-founded Spain's Observatory on Anti-Semitism. Our next guest is almost a celebrity and our spiritual leader, Chief Rabbi Benjamin. He was born in Amsterdam into a Dutch family whose roots go back to the 15th century. He was educated in Paris, Brooklyn, Israel, and he came back to Netherlands in 1975 to help rebuild Jewish life after the Holocaust. Today, Rabbi serves as chief rabbi of the interprovincial chief rabbinate, and since 2021, he has chaired the European Jewish Association Committee to Combat Anti-Semitism. Welcome, Baroness. Regina Sluzhny is a Holocaust survivor and a committed witness of history. As a hidden child during the Nazi occupation of Belgium, she survived the war in hiding. For decades, she has been a tireless advocate for remembrance, education, and the fight against anti-Semitism. She serves as a president of the Forum of Jewish Organizations in Flanders, and she is a vice president of the International Hidden Child Foundation. And last but not least, our guest from Israel, Professor Steinberg. He is an Israeli academic, and his knowledge and contribution are based on researching ways to combat and defund the NGOs networks that promote anti-Semitism, including in university and schools. For this issue, he has founded an NGO Monitor, a Jerusalem-based research institute. Welcome. Maybe we could have a discussion. We can share the opinions, your insights from your experience. What can governments of your country do to provide a safety and secure life, everyday life for Jewish students or scholar pupils? If you're not dealing with students or pupils, maybe this would be the next question to Professor Steinberg. How do you proceed while detecting, monitoring the anti-Semitic NGOs, and which are the concrete consequences for them?
Thank you for this. Thanks to the European Jewish Association for holding this conference.
Hello. Just hold it really close.
Very close, like a lot of other, important things. The question that you asked is a huge question, and we've spent a few hours here, but all of our lives are involved in this. This is a war, and we need to call it a war. This is the eighth front. We look at the Gaza, we look at Iran, we look at Yemen and Houthim and all the other places, but this is a war front. And in a war, you have to decide what are your objectives, what are your resources and where you can be most effective. And we had some very, very interesting and very effective people who spoke before. So I'll focus on one set of issues which in some ways combines all of these, and the issues that I've been involved in, which you mentioned. Our general motto, when I started doing NGO Monitor back in 2001 and 2002, when we began to see, I think Alex mentioned Amnesty being involved in school curricula. When you have these organizations that are promoting this lie of genocide and starvation and apartheid and all these other lies, you sometimes feel overwhelmed. But behind a lot of this, all of this, is a lot of money. And following the money and addressing the ways in which that money is used to promote these lies is one way. It's not the only, but it's one way that I think that in different Jewish communities, and not just Jewish communities, with allies, you go to the governments and you say, who is funding what we saw at Maastricht University? This didn't come from nowhere. On October 7th, October 8th, they did exactly the same thing that was going on in American university campuses. This was well organized and well funded. The same thing that we heard just now in the school curricula, or what we heard from the students in the universities from the Czech Republic, from Spain, and from almost every country we see this in. So that is one way to deal with this issue, is to say, this money is coming from somewhere. It's usually secret. It's usually some organization. It may have a formal registration in one of the governments, or it may be registered with a university. And that is one way to say, if this money turns out to be illegal or coming from a government like Qatar, then there are regulations the governments have which they can use. So each one of the different ways is important, but to see this as a war where you try to attack where the enemy and is most vulnerable is extremely important.
Thank you so much for this important insight. Esteban, would you like to continue?
Gracias. Empiezo por agradecer a la Asociación Europea de Judíos esta invitación, y yo querría poner el acento que tanto en España como en Europa existe legislación suficiente para combatir el antisemitismo. Entonces, si queremos proteger a los estudiantes judíos y a aquellas personas que denuncian el antisemitismo en cualquier país de la Unión Europea, lo que hay que exigir es que se aplique la legislación. Tenemos dos instrumentos. Por un lado, legislación penal y antidiscriminatoria, y por otra parte, tenemos la estrategia marco de la Unión Europea de lucha contra el antisemitismo. En nuestro país, por desgracia, aunque en su aplicación existe un plan, el plan es absolutamente ineficaz y no se está luchando de una manera decidida contra el antisemitismo. Por lo tanto, tenemos a los estudiantes, pero también a los profesores y también a cualquier voz que denuncie el antisemitismo en un alto riesgo. Yo soy víctima de antisemitismo, soy víctima. Estoy en distintos procedimientos judiciales como víctima por denunciar el antisemitismo. ¿Qué sucede? Pues que hasta ahora el mismo gobierno ha tenido un perfil muy bajo en la aplicación de esta lucha. Y un ejemplo fue el 7 de octubre. El 7 de octubre, al día siguiente, incluso distintas ministras convocaron en una manifestación de apoyo al pueblo palestino, es decir, a Hamas, y legitimaron la acción terrorista antisemita criminal del 7 de octubre. Eso se proyectó en las universidades y también incluso en la enseñanza media, con lo cual muchos estudiantes, muchos profesores, incluso autoridades académicas que podrían haber actuado, entraron en una parálisis absoluta. Si desde las más altas instancias no se interviene, entonces hay un nivel de permisividad que posibilita que luego a los estudiantes se les acose, se les hostigue, se incida con el odio y incluso haya agresiones. Se ha producido en la universidad. Es absolutamente que un sindicato de estudiantes de enseñanza media convoque una huelga general en España para apoyar a Hamas, para apoyar el 7 de octubre. Pues eso se ha hecho aquí. Con lo cual, ¿cómo se puede defender? Aplicando la ley, interviniendo, previniendo, sensibilizando. Pero si todo eso no se hace, entonces estamos generando una indefensión objetiva muy, muy peligrosa. En España, en estos momentos, hay mucho antisemitismo, aunque no se proyecte violentamente en otros países. Pero la mancha, como una mancha de aceite de antisemitismo moderno, centrada fundamentalmente en lo que acaba de decir el interviniente, Israel genocida, limpieza étnica, etcétera, se expande de una manera enorme.
Do you consider, not only you, Esteban, that if the governments are still not able to take concrete measures, concrete decisions, implementing certain legacy, that at least the universities should implement and take as a rule standard the EJA definition and not, for example, the Jerusalem definition? As you told, you have been attacked in an anti-Semitic way while engaging for Jews.
Completamente de acuerdo. La definición del IRA es fundamental en estos momentos porque cubre a las personas judías y las personas no judías, como es mi caso. Si no, estaríamos en indefensión.
I'm a little bit puzzled, but I got the feeling that we're speaking the whole time about the 7th of October, then everything started at university and government. But the people who are today in the government were 20 years ago teenagers. And 10 years before that, they were just born. The problem starts with little, very little children. If I walk in the street at the children from 6, 7, 8 who curse me, dirty Jew, and free Palestine. But we are not allowed to do anything about that because you can't penetrate in a house, you can't go there. And the schools, in Holland, we made a very nice system and education and video with people talking there. It's very, very nice and very impressive. But who is going to present it in the school? The schools who are not anti-Semitic, no problem. You can tell it and they listen. And wherever I am, and I talk last week at the 3-4 schools with each school 400 or 500 students. But that the students from the religion, the Christian schools, they listen, and we can make them ambassadors. Well, it's very important. Make them ambassadors for us. But the majority of today are the people who are brought up and know. I give you a little story, and I can give you one after the other. Even today, now, in the newspapers, it's written about me that I did something wrong, and the Jewish rabbi, the rabbis in general Jewish, but attacking constantly. I want to say something positive. That the last weeks, last months, they don't, if I go in the street, I walk in the streets, they don't say anymore free Palestine. They just say dirty Jew. I think it's much better that we know what's all about. We know the disease, what is pure anti-Semitism. Now, a few months ago, was in my street where I'm living, my house surrounded with 8, 9 police cameras, and if I'm not allowed to go anymore to any official things, if it's announced, I have to go with police protection. It's very nice, taking care of me, but it's completely unacceptable. There was standing in my street, the other side of the street, a lady, a Moroccan lady, and she's holding a little boy, about 7, 8, and the boy is screaming and shouting and trembling. And she said to the boy, "You don't have to be scared for this man." And she took the boy to me. And the boy was shivering, was scared, terrible. And she told him, you don't have to be scared for this, Rabbi. Why was he scared? Because his parents told him that I want to take out his eyes and give it to children in Israel, Jewish children who can't see properly. That is the education. And if I'm now in a fight with the police, if I want to go and speak with the parents, I want to do that, they don't allow me. They don't open the door, not the parents, but the police also did not telling me who are the parents. It's very nice to go to universities. We must do that. We must fight with government people. We should do that. But if we neglect the little children, the education at home, we won't. We just working here, and at the same time, new anti-Semitic people are created.
Thank you very much, Rabbi, for this critical opinion. Just a bit coming back to the beginning of your speech, you said the schools theoretically are not anti-Semitic. When I think back of my school time in Germany, I come from the Asian Soviet Union, but we migrated to Germany, so I passed almost all my school life in Germany. And then during my studies, then teaching, I made the experience that German teachers avoid to talk about history, the majority of them, to touch this uncomfortable subject. The question is the education really the solution? I will pass you, but maybe before Regina would like to answer.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Well, I went to school in Antwerp and I never had any problems. And nowadays, it's over 20 years that I'm going to the schools to tell my story as a survivor. And yes, last year, after the 7th of October, 2 schools phoned me up and said, don't come, because if you come, the Muslim teacher said she was going to invite a Palestinian. So I said, well, she can invite him, I won't come, because I don't see what one and the other have to do one to the other. I come just to tell what happened in the war. I don't speak about what happens now. And all the schools I'm going, and I have to say, since this year, beginning of this year, there's more and more students phoning me up, and they want to make their end work for studies about the Shoah. And I think we have to use more and more not Jewish students. They should speak for us, because they believe them more, I think, than if we do it. If I go to the school and sometimes I come in and it's not in class, it's still before going into the class, and I hear the children say, they're 15 or 17 years, when is that Jewish lady coming? What do they expect? I mean, then we go in and I said, you were asking for the Jewish lady. Well, I'm that one. What is the difference between us? And then they listen, because they have ideas. I don't know from where they take them. I mean, I know, but I can't understand what it is, because those ideas was also the same ideas in the war. They all listen to me. And there's a lot of questions, and they don't tell me. Sometimes a few of them will ask, what do you think about the war in Israel? I said, I'm not in the war of Israel. I'm in the war 80 years ago. I was a child and I suffered, and I don't want that to start again today. So I think we have more work on the children, the youngsters, and they have to be our voice to educate them more, because they don't know, hardly know anything. And also television and the journalists, they want to rewrite the story, the histories. It's not right. We have to use the non-Jewish people to be our voice and educate them. And I think that's the right, that's what that student said from Czech Republic, that she is now doing a lot of things showing what Jewish life is. I think that's the main thing we have to do. And I try to do that by going nearly every day to the schools. And I think that the response lately is much better. Now, also, I have a lot of contact with the new Prime Minister in Belgium. And I hope he didn't make me promises. He said he was going to try, because promises we had a lot and they were never kept. So I prefer that he tells me, I'm going to try, that you can live as a Jewish person, but a Belgian Jewish, I'm not an Israeli. Even that I have an Israeli passport, but I'm a Belgian first of all. And in Belgium, I'm Belgium, but I'm also a Jew. But that's my faith. And in school, I tell them, we are all Belgian, and your faith, whoever has another faith than Jewish faith, well, why don't you do it the good way and let me do my way? And then they agree, because they realize that we are all the same. There is no difference.
Thank you so much, Regina. Would you like to add something? Yes, please.
I want to add what you mentioned earlier and was mentioned in an earlier panel. That's the central importance of the IHRA working definition. That's something that we all need everywhere to emphasize at every university campus, at every school board, at every newspaper platform, news platform, social media. The IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, is 2 pages long. It was written carefully, word by word. And it's very important to read it and to make sure when you have a confrontation, when you have an example of blatant hate, to say, here's the text. Many countries, almost every Western democratic country, has adopted this. Sometimes they ignore it, but they adopted it as an official definition. It's been adopted by hundreds of universities, unfortunately, much less in many parts of Europe. The UK is very good about this. And the text is very specific and the examples are specific. For example, denying the right of the Jewish people to self-determination is a form of anti-Semitism. When you say Israel is a genocidal state or does apartheid or settler colonialism, as Ari talked about, those are all forms of saying Israel doesn't have the right to exist. If you're an apartheid state, South Africa, you don't have the right to exist. If you commit genocide, Nazi Germany, you don't have the right to exist. That's what these terms are saying. There's alternatives. What are those alternatives? They are lies. The Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, JDA, is a far-left anti-Semitic German-funded framework. It is not a working definition of anti-Semitism, and when it's brought up as an alternative, I strongly urge you all to say that is completely the opposite, and it should not be given any credibility. I think if there's a lot more emphasis on that working definition, I won't say the problem will go away, but I think it's a very important element we need to add and continue to emphasize in all of the cases that we all talked about.
Thank you so much, Professor. A part of applying the IHRA definition, which other measures do you think should be taken to make the cities, the municipalities, the regions, the countries more susceptible, more sensitive towards the Jewish issues? And since we unfortunately have very little time left, I would ask you to give a short answer, please.
Gracias. En primer lugar, coincido con el profesor en ir aprobando y vinculándose a la declaración del IRA a todos los niveles, de una forma integral. Es decir, está firmada por los gobiernos, pero debe estar firmada por las universidades, deben estar firmados por los colegios, deben estar firmados por los ayuntamientos, deben estar firmados por la sociedad civil, por las organizaciones de derechos humanos. Es una lucha frontal contra el antisemitismo de manera integral. Punto 1. Punto 2. Exigir el cumplimiento de la estrategia europea contra el antisemitismo. Eso es esencial. Y luego plantear a las autoridades pronunciamientos. Personalmente envié una carta a la conferencia de rectores el día 9 de octubre para una condena de la masacre del día 7 y también a las confesiones religiosas. El día 9 se negaron a condenar el 7 de octubre. Como no ha habido precisamente sanciones frente a las actuaciones múltiples, muy diversas de antisemitismo. Al revés, ha sido una constante en todos los campos y en la universidad a la cabeza del papel del BDS. El papel del BDS ha sido central como organización líder del antisemitismo. Nadie ha frenado esto, sabiendo que en distintos países el BDS es ilegal. Aquí está siendo protegido, con lo cual en cada país, en cada sitio hay que luchar en defensa del IRA, de la declaración de IRA, de denuncia del BDS y luego de la complicidad de aquellos organismos que no son capaces de enfrentar el problema del antisemitismo, que es lo más grave que tenemos en estos momentos en Europa.
Muchas gracias, Esteban.
I'll keep it very short. We have to work for sure with government, very important. Friendships, speak with the Prime Minister, major importance. We have to go to the schools, to all the schools, universities to speak. But we should realize that we're allowed to speak to children in those schools which allow us to come. Because the most schools don't want us to come. And we can make very professional videos, whatever it is. If the teacher is scared because of the Muslims, then he says, you will have to look at it, but it is all nonsense. We have to, we should realize. We should not think we are rich if we are very poor.
I think that keep talking to the Muslims. We have them a lot in the schools, and I tried in 2 schools to do it in the evening to bring in the parents. Well, they didn't come. So that's the big problem. It should be mandatory in school that they have to be educated from small. Because if they have a certain age, and when I go and tell my story from the war, I can't do it to very young kids. It starts from 12 years only. So that's too late, because then from home, they don't have the real story. So they have to be, and in 2 weeks, I'm going to speak in the Senate in Brussels, and I hope that there's going to be a lot of ministers to listen to me, because I think that's the main thing. The education has to be changed. And I hope with the new ministers we have now, we have a few of them who stay behind me, and I hope to succeed with that.
Thank you so much to you four. Take care, and indifference is not an option. We have to keep on fighting. Thank you so much.
we've never met before. We'll be back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Now, it's very, very interesting. Rav Jacobs was just saying about how we need to work with governments, that we need to work with people, which brings us to our closing panel for the day. How can we work with governments on national public awareness campaigns against anti
distinguished speakers, actors who are in politics, who are working with governments on a daily basis. I would like to call Mr. William Daroff, Chief Executive of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. Big applause for Mr. Daroff. In his position, and I will introduce a bit more about each speaker because about the title, it's about what William is doing. In his position, William is the senior professional guiding the conference agenda on behalf of 50 national member organizations that represent the white mosaic of American Jewish life. He has been named by the Jerusalem Post as being amongst the 50 most influential Jews worldwide, and by the Forward newspaper as one of the 50 most influential Jews in America. Thank you, William. Next is Rabbi Yehuda Kaplun. Please. Big applause for Rabbi Yehuda Kaplun. Rabbi Kaplun has been nominated last month by President Donald Trump as the new ambassador, as US ambassador at large, but also as the new special envoy to monitor and combating anti-Semitism. Big applause. Of course, Rabbi Kaplun is awaiting for the confirmation for the exposed by the Senate. And he will speak, of course, as a rabbi, American rabbi. He will answer all the question from me and from the audience at the end of the panel. Next is, I would like to also to speak about Rabbi Kaplun. Sorry. Yehuda Kaplun is also a successful businessman and a staunch advocate for the Jewish faith and the right of the Jewish people to live and worship free from persecution. Yehuda Kaplun hosted the President Trump's events to combat anti-Semitism during the campaign, the electoral campaign, and the October 7 memorial at Doral, Florida, Miami, together with Dr. Miriam Adelson. He has a long history of advocating for many Jewish causes, including creating a foundation with Nobel Prize laureate Elie Wiesel for special needs children. Rabbi Kaplun and his partner Ed Russo were nominated to the Nobel Peace Prize in 2024 for the work they are accomplishing in their water business. Next is Mr. Gideon Falter. Big applause for Gideon Falter, chairman of the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism in the UK, who has built it into the UK foremost campaigns organization against anti-Semitism. He has been at the forefront of campaign against anti-Semitism mass education work to expose and explain the dangers of anti-Semitism to the public. He appears regularly in the media, both in the UK and international media, and he works also advocating for change in Westminster, in the House of Commons, to strengthen Britain's laws against anti-Semitism. He also has led mass demonstrations of over 100,000 people in the streets of London in protest against anti-Semitism, which is very important because we spoke about the counter-protests in various countries against the rallies, anti-Israel rallies. Next is Mr. Jan Latzicki. Who is Jan Latzicki? Yeah, he's here. Please, applause for. He is plenipotentiary to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland. For contacts, he is dealing with the contacts with the Jewish diaspora. He is also head of the Polish delegation to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. As a civil servant, Mr. Latzicki worked in Ministry of Culture and National Heritage between 2008 and 2018. And among his main responsibility was supervision of memorials and museums in sites of former German Nazi extermination and concentration camps. Next, a big applause for Mrs. Constance Le Grip, member of the French Parliament, member of the French National Assembly since 2017, and chairman of the Parliamentary Study Group on Anti-Semitism. Constance Le Grip is a member of the Foreign Affairs Commission and the European Affairs Commission. She was at the time advisor to Nicolas Sarkozy at the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of the Economy, then of the Presidency of the Republic. She was also member of the European Parliament from 2010 to 2017. She's a reporter of various texts in the National Assembly, but one recently for a bill to try to strengthen the means of combating anti-Semitism in universities. And last panelist is Mr. Raymond Forado. Please, Raymond Forado, come to the stage. President of the Jewish community of Barcelona. He was born in Morocco and is a community president for which every Jew in Barcelona can live Judaism with dignity, safety, and pride, deeply rooted in the history and future of the Jewish people. In this context, the community of Barcelona has become more and more a firm voice in the face of rising anti-Semitism and the ideological shift in local politics. Now, before we are going to start our discussion, as I mentioned, Mr. William Daroff will make some openly remarks, and then we can start the discussion. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yossi. Thank you, Rabbi Margolin, for your leadership and vision. Thank you to Ruth Wassman-Landy for your tireless efforts and for helping to bring this vitally important gathering together. I also want to thank the European Jewish Association for convening us at such a critical moment. It is a privilege to speak here in Madrid, a city layered with Jewish memory, at a time when the stakes for Jews in Europe and around the world could not be higher. Since October 7th, anti-Semitism has surged, not only in its most violent and visible forms, but also in its rationalizations. In too many places, Jewish students face harassment on university campuses. Professors defend terror as resistance. Institutions hesitate, delay, or refuse to act. This wave grows more dangerous because it wears a mask, wrapping ancient hatred in modern slogan. The language changes, but the targets remain the same. We must begin with clarity. We cannot fight anti-Semitism unless we name it, define it, and expose it. Symbolism is not enough. Awareness must speak with purpose, with consistency, and with resolve. One harsh truth that October 7th re-exposed indelibly is the undeniable link between anti-Semitism and anti-Israel hatred. That connection lies at the core of the IHRA working definition. In the days and weeks following the attacks, synagogues were vandalized, Jewish schools were threatened, and Jewish institutions targeted. Places with no political connection to the state of Israel, but everything to do with Jewish identity. That wave of violence made clear what we have long known, that the hatred fueling anti-Israel animus and the hatred directed at Jews are not separate, they are the same. In the United States, we have worked to embed the IHRA working definition into the foundations of our public policy. 37 of our 50 states have adopted it. Legislators and educators utilize it to inform laws, shape campus policy, and guide curriculum. President Trump has played a critical role in advancing this effort. In his first term, he signed an executive order applying the IHRA definition to civil rights for Jewish students. In his current term, he reaffirmed that commitment during his very first week in office with an executive order focused on combating anti-Semitism. Trump brings renewed determination and moral clarity to this fight, especially in education, where both are urgently needed. We thank him and his team for stepping forward at a time when many Jews feel isolated and abandoned. Under his leadership, the momentum has finally shifted, and Jewish students can start to feel safer and more secure on our campuses in the United States. This bold, unapologetic action transforms the IRA definition from a policy document into a living tool in the struggle against hate. At the Conference of Presidents, we are committed to ensuring that this work does not stall. We advocate for the full enforcement of civil rights protections so that Jewish students can enjoy the same safety and security as any other group. We commission research to sharpen our messaging. We help shape legislation and policy. We work with law enforcement to protect Jews in Jewish spaces. We serve as trusted advisors to policymakers, building friendships, rewarding allies, and holding adversaries to account. And we forge coalitions across ideological lines to advance tangible change. As the rabbi said to start us off this morning, when the Jewish community speaks with one voice, we do not merely move the needle, we move the world. We know our adversaries. The far left cloaks anti-Semitism in the language of liberation. The far right pushes isolationism and apathy, and radical Islam glorifies violence against Jews. Their rhetoric may differ, but their objective is the same: to marginalize Jews, to erase Jewish identity, and to silence Jewish voices. So the central question for governments, for institutions, and for ourselves is this: how do we ensure that Jewish safety is taken seriously, not just by Jews, but by everyone? Effective campaigns, I assert, follow 4 essential rules. The first is they name the threat. Second, they educate the public early and often. Third, they hold institutions accountable, from universities to social media platforms to public officials. And fourth, they demand action at every level of government, from heads of state to city councils. We have achieved real victories, but too often we have watched our leaders equivocate and retreat. That is why this conversation matters. That is why this panel discussion is so important. I look forward to learning from my fellow panelists and exploring how we move from outrage to outcomes. Our task is not simply to bear witness, it is to build a legacy of action. I look forward to building that legacy of action with each of you in the days and months and years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William, for your strong words. I will start with the news. Just learned that an Israeli-American hostage is about to be freed, to be released. His family is waiting for him at the border of Gaza, and it's great news. And it's with the support of, this has been achieved with support of US President Trump. I would like to have Rabbi Kaplan his a reaction on this.
Testing. Ago. I spoke to Adam Bolner. I also spoke to the family of the Alexanders. And I've met with numerous times with the family of the Alexanders when they were advocating in Washington, D.C. So it's a tremendous step and a positive step that if you realize that for the first time, hostages are being returned without all the fanfare, without having them paraded in front of the world. He's being brought to the border and handed over, which was something that was extremely important to the president. So we are blessed that this is the first step. And for those of you who haven't had the chance, I would ask you to hear on the LL flight that the Alexanders were going on, where the president's special envoy, Adam Bolner, who flew with the family, and Steve Witkoff, who met with the family numerous times. But Adam Bolner explained that this is, again, a small step until we have all the hostages home and all the bodies released, so that the families who have had fallen soldiers will have the ability to have the space and their burial for those families to be able to visit the graves of their fallen. It's a testament, I think, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a minute, but it's a testament to the dedication of President Trump, that from the moment that we started in his campaign in June, he laid out very clearly that every hostage needs to be returned and terrorism cannot be rewarded. And I know there's been in the last 3 or 4 days tremendous speculation as to where the government is and where does the president stand. I'd like to echo the words of my colleague. And again, I want to stress that until Senate confirmation, I am speaking as a private individual who's a friend of the president. But Mike Huckabee, I think, said it best. Before there's this rush to judgment and make determinations as to what is and what isn't the president's agenda, the people who do know it aren't talking about it. And the people who are speculating and making those speculations generally have been proven wrong, for those of you who know President Trump. So from the day that he started on his campaign, having hostages returned has been a priority of this administration. I can tell you, I don't think there's been one meeting that I have been with the president or Dr. Adelson or Steve Witkoff or Adam Bollner or others from the team. But everybody, one of the questions is, what is going on? Are we making progress with the hostages?
Thank you, Rabbi Kaplan. William Daroff, you wanted to talk about, in the fight against anti-Semitism, on the all-government approach to fight this scourge. And I would like
I think that when we're looking at focusing on combating anti-Semitism, it's very easy for politicians to pick up a microphone, a mayor, a president, a prime minister, and spout about the hatreds of the world's oldest hatred, of how awful anti-Semitism is. But it's important, the point that I'm trying to make is that it needs to inculcate beyond the top levels, beyond the political levels. It needs to go deep into government at all levels, so that our agencies, our federal agencies, our ministries, as you would have them in Europe, and our state governments and local governments are focused on it as well. And that they're able to create an environment that ensures that people have a decision as to which direction to go, whether to go in a direction to help the Jewish people or hurt the Jewish people, that the equities are such that they will help us. And that's what we've seen on college campuses, where you have the Department of Education, you have the Department of Justice, making it so that these college presidents, the actions that they take have consequences. And so when they take an action which propels these pogromists on campus and supports them, they will be punished. And when they take actions like Columbia University did this week, where they arrested 90 people who stormed the library, 60 of whom have already been suspended, that good will accrue to them. This sort of action by government will incentivize good behavior, and that's something we've been waiting for.
Thank you. Gideon Salter. The conference, and you say that this government has stopped listening to the Jewish community, and that you need to take another policy towards the government, which is more working from outside. Could you also elaborate what you think and what can be done, because although we saw the poll earlier this day, the poll is not so negative regarding the UK. Only the media very anti-Israel. But could you tell me what can be done to fight and to try to influence the current government?
I think it can't be stated clearly enough that the UK is the sick man of Europe on anti-Semitism, not by destiny, but by choice. And when you look at the history of the UK in fighting anti-Semitism, when we set up Campaign Against Anti-Semitism in 2014, we were looking at what was going on in the rest of Europe with extreme concern and determination to make sure that this wave of anti-Semitism sweeping across Europe, when it arrived at British shores, would meet with the fiercest resistance. And we worked with Rabbi Kaplan's predecessor to get the IRA definition to be adopted by IRA. In fact, his predecessor was ironically called IRA as well, which made it all very confusing. But we have a very strong adoption of IRA. All of the political parties have adopted it because of the anti-Semitism within Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party. The UK actually had a national conversation about anti-Semitism, the like of which I don't think has really happened in democracies across the West. And yet now, post-October 7th, the UK has failed abjectly in its responsibility towards its Jewish citizens. If you look at the statistics from our own polling, about 50% of British Jews say that they've considered leaving in the last 2 years. Only 30-odd% say that they haven't. 34% of British Jews think there's still a future for them in the UK. Over 50% now hide their Jewish identity in public. These are very, very dangerous things. And whereas the last government, the Conservative government, often said the right things, it didn't do them, and it said those things often too late. It didn't do anything. The current government isn't saying the right things either, and it isn't doing enough. And so what we've got is a situation where Britain, as we saw in your polling, has a public which is broadly favorable. It has institutions which could take action. They haven't. And there was a real fork in the road moment where after October 7th, it could have brought to bear all sorts of forces, which it didn't. And we've seen that that's possible because there was a terrible attack in the UK known as the Southport attack, in which a young terrorist went and stabbed a whole load of children who were at a dance class and their teachers and murdered them. And in the wake of that, there was rioting in the UK. And the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, the police chiefs, the judiciary all came out and said there will be hell to pay if this is the kind of activity you engage in. But they were not there saying the same thing after October 7th. So when it comes to what we can actually do about it, we've gone from straight after October 7th, where, as you mentioned, we organized the March Against Anti-Semitism. It was over 100,000 people marching through central London calling for action. And there's been a sort of an awakening to the reality that the police are not helping us. There's been an appeasement in the UK where very quickly I discovered personally, I tried crossing the road across a pro-Palestine demonstration, an anti-Israel demonstration. I was hauled to the side by police officers and told that I was quite openly Jewish, in their words, that my presence might antagonize the protesters, and that unless I left, I would be arrested. We are spending now quite significant sums of money defending non-Jewish people, like an Iranian dissident called Nihat Ghorbrani, who stands on the edges of these protests with signs saying Hamas are terrorists under UK law, and he's been arrested now something like 9 times by UK police for daring to do that. So the answers for us are in exposing all of this. The British public is becoming extremely angry about what they're seeing going on. They're realizing that it's not just a matter of something that is being done to Jews, but something that is being done to the country. And we're litigating. that means that not only are we suing the police over some of these disgraceful behaviors, but we're actually also privately prosecuting anti-Semites themselves. So we are stepping into the shoes of the state, we are prosecuting people, we are suing the state for their failures. And when it comes down to it, these things are dangerous. Just a few weeks ago, I'll give you one last example. A few weeks ago, somebody who had arrived in Britain on a small dinghy, on a small inflatable boat across the English Channel, posted a video of himself arriving in the UK. And we decided to do facial recognition checks on this person and various other people in the boat. And we identified very quickly that this person is a Hamas-affiliated operative from Gaza who had been spending significant years in Germany and then had suddenly decided to cross Europe and come into the UK. And it was down to us as a Jewish community, us as Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, to facially recognize this person, identify him, inform the Home Office, bring it to the media. The person was, at the time, being put up in a hotel by British taxpayers. He was then taken and arrested. We then had to force the issue of the fact that he hadn't been charged with any terrorism offenses. We're still waiting to see what happens with that. At the end of the day, we can litigate, we can expose these things, we can pressure the government as much as we want, but this is a fight for the West, which the West must undertake itself. And there is only so much that we as Jews can do, and it's time for the West to wake up.
Thank you, Gideon. Mr. Jan Zicki, I know that Poland is today one of the few EU member states that has not yet a national strategy to combat anti-Semitism. Poland, Malta, and Belgium. But I know also that it's in the way to have this national strategy. Could you tell me what is in this strategy and what do you expect from Poland, from the Polish people regarding the fight against anti-Semitism?
First of all, I'd like to congratulate European Jewish Association on organizing this this conference and thank for the opportunity to take the floor, take an active part in it. Well, I think that first of all, we need to remember that the situation in Poland regarding anti-Semitism is not so easy to compare to Western Europe. And I wouldn't say that, well, the situation is better, it's different. When we are talking about a country like Poland, where there is no big Jewish diaspora and there is no big Muslim diaspora, of course, the difference is easy to see. On the other hand, Poland historically is very strongly associated with topics like Holocaust because of the sites of death camps, and most of them at least, and because of I would say ongoing historic discussion about Polish history, especially the attitudes of Poles towards the extermination of Jews during the Second World War. It all creates very peculiar picture, and not easy to navigate through. I think that it could be one of the reasons that the starting of creating our national strategy was not so was not so early, like in case of most of European Union countries. The breaking point was definitely the year 2023, October 2023. Two very different events. One, of course, of October 7th, Hamas terrorist attack and massacre, and on the other hand, the Polish general elections and change of government. I think that these two events created a dynamic that allowed ministries to take this decisive step and to make a decision. We definitely need the strategy now. The role of coordinator, the ministry that is a coordinator of the whole process is Ministry of Justice, the minister insisted on the one hand on using as much as possible previous experiences of other countries, because there is quite a lot of strategies. Some of them are better, some of them are not so efficient, we simply thought that if we are so late, then nothing can justify us not using the opportunity of using the experience of other countries. The second important priority was to include Jewish community and NGOs dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism in the process of creating the strategy. Right now, there is already a second version of the text itself. I will talk about it shortly in a minute. We are after the round table with the representatives of Jewish community. We are after discussion with major Jewish international organizations, European Jewish Association among them. We have the official declaration of Minister of Justice that he would do everything in his power to have the strategy adopted by the end of Polish presidency in the European Union Council, which means by the end of June 2025.
Maybe we can continue with the panelists, and then on the second round you will elaborate on what is in the national strategy. Now we have Constance Le Grip, as I mentioned, a member of this study group of the National Assembly against anti-Semitism. This group includes politicians from all political groups within the Assembly, from the extreme left to the extreme right, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Can you tell me what's the work of this study group?
Well, the study group, it's not a committee. It's not a permanent committee as we have for finance, budget, European affairs, foreign affairs, agricultural affairs, etc., etc. It's an informal group, study group, as we call it in the French Parliament, where MPs on a voluntary basis come and try to work together in order to do what MPs are supposed to do, should do, put political pressure on the government first, and second, make legislation or change the legislation. That's that's our duties, that's our task. So that's what we do as task force within the National Assembly. We try to put a permanent, not so hostile, but of course permanent pressure, political pressure on our government in order to try to encourage the government to continue and to reinforce his strategy and all his different policies in order to fight anti-Semitism. And on the other hand, what is also important for me as chairwoman of this study group is to participate in the awareness of my colleagues, not members of this study group, the 517 members of parliament, members of parliament who are not members of this study group, try to participate to increase their awareness of what is anti-Semitism today, what it means, all the different kinds of anti-Semitism that we are facing all together in the different senses and dimensions that the working definition of IRA gave us to study and to have as tool, as main tool. The French National Assembly did recognize, did endorse this definition in 2021. The French Senate did it a little bit later. And this working definition is really for us, and especially for me, a very important tool in order to have precise, concrete, pragmatic actions within the National Assembly, but also towards the government, the administrations, police, education, justice, you name it, universities. Much more difficult for universities and schools, much more difficult cities in order to make them aware of what are the different significance of anti-Semitism, and that anti-Zionism is now in my country really so developed that we can consider it as the main threat against Jewish community. And I will not be too long, but also say that the main threat towards European core values, because the enemies are the same. The enemies are the same. You name it, Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic radicalization, Islamic extremism, Muslim Brotherhood, who are quite present in my country, in universities, in different kind of organizations, networks, not even very official networks, of course. You can't see them, but they're there in the country. All these organizations are also fighting against our European values, our Republican values. You know, in France, as a French Republic, very attached to tolerance, human dignity, equality, freedom, zero tolerance for anti-Semitism is part of these Republican values that we are so proud of. And we have to make more and more people, French colleagues in the National Assembly as well as in the Senate, all over, during the political parties, during all political parties, and that is the big issue because we have a very active extreme left party, which doesn't share, of course, my views and what I'm telling you this afternoon, but also make media, different kind of organizations, all the civil society, French civil society, aware of the danger that this kind of Islamic extremism is bringing us.
Thank you. Raymond Forado, President, Chairman of the Jewish community of Barcelona. We mentioned Islamization. I think when we discussed this panel before, you mentioned especially that there are in total Catalonia, the region of about 1.5 million Arabs. And it's the Arabs you find, Muslims that you find in demonstration, anti-Israel demonstration in the streets of Barcelona. So I would like to know, what is your suggestion in terms of political ideology, because we saw, it was 2 years ago, I think, the mayor of Barcelona deciding to cut all relations with Israel, with Tel Aviv at this time. It was the cities were twin, you know. And but is there something to do special, especially to fight this trend, or is it too late?
Good question. And I will try to answer you in the best way. What we need to do is not what we are doing. And we only need to see what has been said here and what all the people are saying about the challenges that are living in their countries, in their communities. Houston, we got a problem. It's not working. We have problems in our communities, we have problems in our schools, we have problems with our students, we have problems all over, at least in Europe. And I think that something different needs to be done. We were talking about that it's not safe to live in Europe. I will talk about Barcelona, about Catalonia, also about Spain. This is not true. It's safe. Thanks God, we have the support and we have the sensitivity in line with the law enforcement authorities. They understand what needs to be done and they are doing it. I believe that the problem is about the future. And I like very much something that has been said before. We need to fight. If we don't fight, it's like playing a soccer game that we're doing nothing. I mean, anything that the others are doing something, they are doing a goal. I believe that all of us agree. The problem is that we don't put the names, that what is happening is not spontaneous, it's not by hazard. And I'm talking about the anti-Semitism. It's something that has been cooked, it's very well organized, it's very well founded. And the combination of very well funded, very well organized, and very well prepared, combined with we are not well organized, we are not founded, is making this scenario. In Catalonia, it was adopted by the Parliament of Catalonia in 2020, January 2020, and it was the first parliament in all the state to adopt the EJA definition. And then what I see as a president of a big Jewish community in Spain is that a lot of organizations are adopting the EJA because it's trendy. Nobody wants to be perceived as an anti-Semitic organization, but they are doing nothing. A press release, there is no budget, there is not willingness, and when you come with complaints, they are telling you, but I adopt the EJA. What are you expecting from me? The same is happening because all the scenario changed in October the 7th. And I am exhausted of telling, I'm not Israeli, there is not a single Israeli guy in the board, I believe, of any Jewish community of Spain. We are Spanish. We respect, and that's what I told you in my biography, that I was born in Morocco. We respect our Muslim friends and brothers. But I am talking about the political opportunism that we live now in Europe. Since October the 7th, we, the Jews in Barcelona and the Jews on Spain, we became a piece of the game between the right and the left, and we became radioactives. They don't want to come to our events. They don't want to come to our invitations. The president of the Catalonia government has not replied, has not come to any invitation to our synagogue, that is the centenary synagogue of Barcelona, the first one that was built after the expulsion of the Jews, after the Inquisition. And the only thing that I'm asking as a Catalan citizen, as a Spanish citizen, is please come, expose yourself, try to build an atmosphere of friendship. Don't talk about politics, but I will tell you why this is political opportunism. the addition of all the Jews of Spain, is lower than the number of Muslims that are in almost all the province of Spain. Very simple. I will tell you another number. The total addition of Muslims that exist in Madrid multiplied by 10 is equal to the name of Jewish that are in all Spain. And in Catalonia is multiplied by 20. So this is the situation. When you invite them to come and to signify them with our fears, with our problems, they said, we are in the IRA, but there is no real willingness to behave and to support us. What do we need to do? The opposite that we are doing. If the vice president of the government of Spain came in his official position, in his desk, with the flag of Spain and the flag of the European Union, and says, very simple, from the river to the sea, there are consequences that needed to be done. And if the law is not strong enough in order to cover the current scenario of hate, we need anyhow to put a dossier in the European jurisdiction in order to understand that they cannot do this. It must be a message. But when we have, 2 days ago in the Congress of Spain, people from the left and extreme left comparing the genocide with what happened in the Second World War, killing, burning an automatic program to kill all the Jews, and nobody from the 360 parliamentaries are telling a word, Europe needs to do something, but Europe is doing nothing. And if you believe that my dear colleague, the president of the Jewish community of Madrid, will do something, or the one of Melilla, or the one of Ceuta, or the one of me, or any one of the presidents of the Federation of Jewish Communities of Spain will do something, you are wrong. We are an NGO. We are trying to save the difficulties of our Jewish life. We are waiting for the Hanukkahs. We are waiting for the mitzvot that we need to do in order to allow a Jewish reality life for our children. The ones that need to allow the fight, to go to a very top lawyer department, to put a dossier like this, to anyone that will compare genocide in this situation are the Jewish organizations that are in Europe, that are trying to build lobby to defend us. We are not able to do so. But what we cannot allow is that it will be for free. Anybody that will open the mouth attacking the Jews or attacking the hostages or attacking us. And this is what is happening. So we are doing the things wrong. Very wrong.
Thank you, Ramon. I will continue. Thank you. William Daroff, do you think that the policy of the United States of President Trump, the Trump administration, on the fight against anti-Semitism in college campuses, is it possible to transpose it, to make it also existing in Europe, or is it very difficult because there are 27 countries?
Excellent question, and it's really been a wonderful discussion. I'm very proud to be a part of this group. I'd say that the key to what President Trump has done on college campuses is to ensure that as these college presidents, who are, and you can quote me on this, generally speaking, weasels, who will respond to the loudest noise, to the biggest instigators out there, that they're changing their path. So at the beginning, it was the radical students and the radical professors, and so that was where they focused. Then alumni like Bill Ackman and Mark Rowan and others in America stood up and said, we're not going to send money to you. Parents started saying, we're not going to send our kids there. And then the government, with all due respect, proper recognition, starting with the Biden administration, but now on steroids with the Trump administration, telling these colleges that they need to protect Jews, and if they don't, there will be consequences. There will be judicial issues and legal issues, and then what President Trump has done is brought in the financing side. So is that translatable to Europe? I think the answer is that you can find where the pressure points are with the key constituencies on these college campuses that control them, whether it is the college presidents, whether it's the ministers of education, or others. That's the key, to squeeze them in order to ensure that they know that if they don't act the right way, the consequences that will befall them will be greater to them.
Thank you. Rabbi Kaplan, I mentioned that you are, of course, the new US envoy for combating anti-Semitism. I would like to know, even though your the confirmation is still pending, but I would like to know what will be your priorities in this new post.
So twofold. I think it begins with education. And it's not educating just, we're talking about college campuses, for example. I think the battle is already lost if you're starting at a college campus to try and eradicate hate when someone's 18. So I think that people have to be held accountable. I think that if we start and we take a long, hard look seriously at what we want to do to combat anti-Semitism, first of all, we only have 39, now 40. I think Switzerland is joining the EJA. We have 40 countries. That's an embarrassment. That's an absolute embarrassment. So I know that one of the priorities the president has is to hold people accountable at the UN. We spoke before about how do you stop funding. I think if you look at what America and the president has done, USAID, just by stopping basic funding to UNRWA, allowing UNRWA to be sued, there are mechanisms in place that governments can have in order to challenge. I was listening to the panel, and first of all, it's very informative because I really have not been well-versed in the European battle against anti-Semitism. I've been very involved in the American battle against anti-Semitism. But when the Department of Education is now looking at every public school in the United States to see what the curriculum is, and if there's anything that has hatred, it's being taken out. That has to happen in Europe. That has to be the people who are signatories to that agreement have to be held accountable. I know that part of the Justice Department's settlements with the universities as we are discussing them is that everybody has to take a Holocaust awareness course and pass it for all freshmen incoming in some of these universities that have been espousing anti-Semitism. It goes back and it goes to core education early on, but also teaching respect and values. You made mention before about Spain, that the vice president, could say from the river to the sea and not be held accountable. Well, God willing, they will be held accountable because that's the role that the president, and I will share with you, and I'll say it before, and I'll talk about it probably a little more at dinner, but when I received a phone call from the President of the United States, and he said, as the leader of the free world, this position that I'm appointing you is probably going to be responsible for every Jew in the world that I'd like you to defend, because around the globe, the Jews are under attack. And it's so true. The reality is, whether you talk about France, England, Poland, Spain, pick the country. But you asked me what I'm going to do, prioritize. Prioritize is, first of all, education. Secondly is building bridges. I truly believe, and I've had preliminary conversations, there are legitimate, real leaders within the Muslim community that are embarrassed about what is occurring. These people need to be brought to the forefront and join us in our battle against anti-Semitism. when the Mufti of the Emirates says Hamas isn't Islam, why isn't that highlighted? Why are we not using that in our discussions and our education? Those are the things we have to build bridges, and we have to learn and teach respect to the world, and the world needs to respect us. But respect begins with education. That means if in kindergarten they can already have drawings in schools to kill Jews and there's no accountability, what do you expect to happen when someone is going to be 18 on a college campus? You're not going to solve the problem. The only way we solve the problem is by educating people in the beginning, by holding educators accountable, governments accountable, and calling out anti-Semitism for exactly what it is. If you speak and you're anti-Semitic, then there needs to be a response that they will be called out and will be treated as anti-Semites. The president in the United States has made it very, very clear. And if you already look at what has occurred in the 8 organizations around the globe, it is transformative into how governments are beginning to start to deal with educating about the Holocaust, educating about anti-Semitism. And by the way, you quoted before about going back to basic civics, basic morality, basic issues to treat people with respect. With that comes with its anti-Semitism, its racism. It's all part of one big battle. And that goes to the core value of respecting one another and teaching humanity to respect one another. And that can only happen with education.
I have to wrap up this discussion, but I want to ask a last question before opening the discussion with the audience for questions. Constance Le Grip, I have a question.
I just wanted to make a point. Education, training, all lifelong for our youth, the teachers, the policemen, the judges, everywhere. You have to have training and education, of course, on what is anti-Semitism, the memory of the Shoah, etc., etc. But we have to be conscious that the kids, the new generations, spend more times with their friends, with their families, and online than they spend at school with their teachers. So there is a huge responsibility for social platforms. The fight against all kinds of hate speeches, especially anti-Semitism, of course, and radicalism, etc., on social media must be absolutely without any restriction, without any limit. We in Europe, in the European Union, have made clear that we have a regulation, a very special and very strong regulation on the social platforms. Now the challenge that we all face is to implement this regulation, this very strong and severe regulation, Digital Services Act, and make sure that all over the world some kinds of rule and regulation are also implemented.
Thank you. We have time for 2 questions from the audience, so please introduce yourself with your... Yes, in the back.
Hey, thank you. I'm Nati Langerman, a Israel Channel 14 Europe correspondent. My question is for MP Le Grip. So, are you familiar with Minister Aurore Berger's proposal to penalize certain forms of anti-Zionism, which is slated for a parliamentary vote in June? If so, could you shed some light on the details and share your reaction?
Yeah, sorry, I heard that this question was for me, but I don't really understand what kind of regulation or legislation are you talking about? Actually, in my country, we are trying to change the legislation. It's a complicated work, a very delicate and sensitive work, but we're trying to change the French legislation on anti-Semitism and how we can change this definition and open, let's put it like this, the definition. Of course, regarding freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, and all the different environments, legal environments that we have, European Convention, our own constitution, etc., etc. Was that the question?
No, so I just said Minister Aurore Berger stated like 2 or 3 hours ago that she's about to show legislation in June to the National Assembly, which will criminalize some sorts of anti-Zionism. So are you familiar with such legislation?
It's a proposal. I co-signed the text proposed by different colleagues. We work together. It's not yet in the agenda of the National Assembly. We hope that we can succeed in having the first step in June or July, but it's this work. For the moment, we have a text, but we all know that the text is not perfect, a proposal of text. So we are working with legal experts. The proposal of legislation is currently in front of what we call the Conseil d'État, which is a legal council which gives advices to both government and MPs. And we are in this step, trying to find the best text, the best solution. It's a very delicate matter, as I told you before. We have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, the European Convention on Human Rights, etc., etc. But we will, I think, we will find a way to put something coherent and solid and robust before summer, and then try to have the debate in the French National Assembly. It'll be probably a very, very controversial and very, very tough debate.
Thank you. Another question? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the panel. I would like to make a reflection because hearing and listening to all what you have said and all what has been said is that we have the laws on social media control, on hate speech. We have the plan on the fight against anti-Semitism. We have the EJA definition. We have everything that we need in democratic countries. So my answer, my suggestion to the question on what the government should do is just to take action, as some countries are doing. We have everything in place, just is to take action. This is the moment. We cannot wait anymore. Thank you.
I think Gideon wants to say something about this. Gideon?
I think, unfortunately, you're absolutely right. We've had all of the laws, more or less, that we needed from the beginning of this. We have had all of the education in place in most European countries, including in Britain. Children go through Holocaust education as a matter of course. But we have, I think, two threats which we have adapted to extremely badly and which it's not for Jews to adapt to. Yes, we have to be part of this fight, but it's European governments which have to take on the twin threats, one of the radicalization of our youth, and we now have 48% of British young people who think that Israelis are behaving like Nazis. So they go through Holocaust education, and once that lesson ends, somebody else is able to walk in and say, you just heard how the Nazis were the worst people to walk the face of the earth. Well, now it's the Jews, now it's the Israelis. And the other threat is the threat of state intervention, which I think is blended into the social media problem, where we're seeing a huge amount of state misinformation, which is being used to corrupt the West. But we're also seeing, as we just saw now in Britain, where a number of Iranians have been arrested over a terrorist plot. We know that in London earlier this year, they arrested two people who have been charged with being members of Hezbollah, one of them charged with preparing an act of terrorism. Hezbollah, which was found not so long ago to have 3 tons of explosive hidden away in Britain. And they have been released on police bail to enjoy the sunshine until July. So for me, this is not just a matter of the government failing to act on anti-Semitism across Europe. This is a fight for the West, and it is a long front line. And there are various places along this front line where the West has to decide what it wants to be. What is the stance going to be on immigration? What is the stance going to be on extremism? What is the stance going to be on various other matters, including what is a woman? And yes, anti-Semitism. And our job is to fight as hard as we can on the part of the front line that is ours, on that front line of anti-Semitism. But at the end of the day, this is about whether governments across the West, across Europe, are actually going to have the courage to decide what they're going to stand for and stand for it, because we Jews are a tiny minority in Europe and we are not going to be able to win this fight for them.
Thank you. This statement puts an end to this discussion. I would like to thank again our distinguished panelists, and I would like to give them a big applause. Thank you very much. And I'm calling now Alex Benjamin to the stage for the closing announcements. Thank you very much. And have a nice cocktail and gala dinner.
Thank you, Yossi. I hope this microphone's still working. Hello, hello. One adapts immediately. Yossi, thank you very much for that moderation. Thank you to all our panelists. And it's refreshing to see Madame Le Grip talking to the president of the Consistoire de Paris, real-time action as a result of this panel. So I'm delighted you two are getting a chance to get acquainted and have a conversation. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our conference for day one. Thank you for your attention. I know we've covered a lot of ground. The times are serious. They deserve serious conversations. I know sometimes those conversations can be difficult. We did cover a lot of ground, so we're extremely grateful for your attention. Now, just outside of this conference,